Chapter 420. Skillfully Taking Demon Cores. Chapter 420. Skillfully Taking Demon Cores. Master, could this be the pill of the mortal world? According to my knowledge, in this mysterious realm, only a certain fruit have the effects of this pill. The werewolf said with feeling. Chen Xiang's eyes S.H.I. plus Ned. He previously thought that there was no heaven and earth treasures here. What fruit? Where is it located? The werewolf stopped. Master, do you want to get the demon core first, or do find the tree? Qin Xiang thought for a while, then asked, Are you the only one who knows about the location of the tree? Is there any strong guys there? That's not the case. Only that the tree is located at a dangerous place. That place is filled with strange energy. We can't even get close to it. Those who claim to be kings tried their hardest, and was only able to pluck one out. But the effect wasn't as great, so they stopped picking it. I think Master can try to pick it. Qin Xiang nodded his head. If that is the case, let's get a demon core FRSD. I'm afraid that it would get taken by others. The werewolf continued to lead Qin Xiang. He knew that Qin Xiang was Russ. H.I. plussing for time, so the speed was very fast. Not long later, Long Shui felt that there is demons in front. It's in front. Their total number to about 2,000. They're much influential than me, the werewolf said, while sighing lightly. His influence was not small, but it was ruined by Qin Xiang instantly. Thinking of Qin Xiang's horrifying strength, he had lingering fear. He personally saw many of his subordinates experience that type of extremely uncomfortable strength. TL note, this sentences looks weird, LOL, Qin Xiang said in a low voice. You wait here for me, I'll take a look. The werewolf hid behind a tree, while Qin Xiang drilled into the GRA. S. At the same time followed Long Shui's instruction to turn into a lion-headed person, mixing into the tribe. Qin Xiang was not discovered, only that some demons found him strange. But they were not suspicious, because there was often cases of rebels from other tribes coming. Thus meeting a strange demon did not make them feel strange. There was a lot of thatched roofed huts. Qin Xiang very quickly found the tribe leader. It was in a bigger wooden house. The leaders here were similar in strength with the werewolf, having spirit warrior realm beginning stage strength. There is two. Be careful, there is one hiding under the ground. Just now he let out a breath and was found out by me. It should be the tribe's second in command. Long Shui reminded Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang circled to the window area of the wooden house. Most of the demons in this tribe was resting. Only a few was patrolling. Even so, he would not alert other demons to avoid getting surrounded. He did not want to attract the attention of those so-called kings. Feeling the big demon's position in the wooden house, Qin Xiang took out the demanding life devil bow, aimed at the big demons in the wooden house, instilled his thick true qi, preparing for a silent signation. The demanding life bow was an signation weapon. Along with the increase in Qin Xiang's strength, the arrow shot out will be more powerful. To kill a beginning stage spirit martial realm beast was not a difficult thing. According to his spiritual strengths probing, the demon was lying on a stone bed resting. Qin Xiang aimed at the big demon's head, pulled the trigger on the demanding life devil bow, shooting out a hidden arrow. The hidden arrow silently went through the wooden floor, flying straight towards to the demon's head. After Qin Xiang felt the demon's aura weakening, immediately came to the window area, and jumped in. This demon is a leopard head man. His forehead was half blown off when the hidden arrow was shot out, and it is already dead. Qin Xiang activated his suppressing devil divine art, released the suppressing devil yuan qi, his hands like eagle claw, along with the suppressing devil yuan qi, fiercely stabbed towards the demon's chest, and effortlessly pierced through the solid muscle, taking out a pure white heart like item. This is a demon core? What a pure energy. I didn't think that these guys' energy was this pure. Qin Xiang said, shockingly, Of course. Only that when they used this pure energy, it would turn extremely evil when it said through their innate ability. Su Meiyao said, Qin Xiang kept the demon core, used the suppressing devil yuan qi to corrode the body, and silently left the wooden house, walking into another direction. Long Shui told him that towards there was also another demon with demon core. That guy is underground, most probably sleeping. Long Shui said in a low voice. Qin Xiang saw that there was no one around, and the patrolling demons didn't dare to pass S through here. Qin Xiang quietly neared the place, hiding near a huge log, not letting any patrol see him. Looks like demons with demon core all have their own influence. If he wants to kill them, it is necessary to go S their subordinates first. Qin Xiang said in his heart he had many ways to assassinate. If it was other people, it might be hard to achieve. In another word, those king's continent disciples can easily attract over the so-called kings. Holding on to a demanding life devil bow, he quickly instilled thick and strong true qi. At this point, Qin Xiang felt that the demanding life devil bow had reached a bottleneck, because when he instilled too much strong true qi, the demanding life devil bow would shake. If he were to continue pumping true qi, the demanding life devil bow might break. A black key shot out, shooting into the ground, making a small hole. Qin Xiang's spiritual sense was strong, so he was able to feel that he had shot a life-threatening shot directly at the head of the demon underground. TL note, El Mayo black key, Ripit what author was writing there the raw, just said he shoot out a black key after hitting. Qin Xiang quickly walked over, reached out his hand to grab. His hands went through the ground. Grabbing the demon core afterwards, he once again pumped out large quant. 1. Tie of suppressing devil yuan qi, corroding the body of the beast. The werewolf, though that he would need to wait very long, maybe he might even need to help Qin Xiang to fight off the big tribes. Just when he was dreaming, Qin Xiang suddenly appeared and gave him a pat on his shoulder, smiled. I've got it, now bring me to the tree. The werewolf was shocked. So quick? Qin Xiang brought out 2 demon cores left. Of course I'm quick. Do you want to personally check it? The werewolf's body fiercely shook. Thinking of how his own demon core would be taken out, he felt extremely scared. He didn't understand how Qin Xiang was able to silently do it. Furthermore, his speed was so quick in just a short 1 hour. Qin Xiang had got 2 demon core. His gain was not considered small. If not for the werewolf leading the way, maybe he had to find for it everywhere. And he would even have to fight large amounts of demons. Finally, he would attract the kings, and that would be a very annoying thing. Qin Xiang followed the werewolf to a gloomy swamp ground. That place was filled with poisonous miasma. That werewolf doesn't seem to be afraid of poison. Qin Xiang was absolutely not afraid of poison at all. It is in front the SHI plus Ning place. No one knows where the energy came from, but we do not dare to get near. The werewolf pointed in front and said, Could it be a pure elemental fruit? Su Meiyao said in alarm. Qin Xiang can sense that the ball of light in front of him is releasing an extremely pure aura, and it has a faint, sweet smell, which one can't help but inhale several breaths. Qin Xiang can sense that the ball of light in front of him is releasing an extremely pure aura, and it has a faint, sweet smell, which one can't help but inhale several breaths. Is this the main ingredient of refining the pure elemental golden pill? The pure elemental fruit? Qin Xiang was slightly surprised, and immediately after extremely delighted. This ingredient is extremely rare, even 10,000 years ago, and from the 4 formation masters, he learned that those which divine Marshall Palace's medicine garden posses were already used up. When Qin Xiang was about to go in, Long Shui suddenly said, Wait, this type of energy isn't something the fruit can release. Indeed, this type of energy is something that even evil demons close to Nirvana realm aren't able to bear. And it's surely not simple, Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang just trod a step and stopped in. He's unable to see the pure elemental fruit tree, because it's covered by a golden light, and inside this golden light, there is an energy that Qin Xiang familiar about. Suppressing devil yuan qi. Why there is suppressing devil yuan qi here? Qin Xiang, stupefied, said, and he now understands why evil demons are unable to approach it. It's indeed suppressing devil yuan qi, but it's different from your. This type of suppressing devil yuan qi is stronger, but it can only S-H-I plus an E, and it seems like they aren't others' aura here. Long Shui said, Since it's suppressing devil yuan q, Qin Xiang won't fear it. He let the werewolf wait for him, and strode in. After entering the region covered by the golden light, he saw a 3-meter-high tree, which has white leaves all over it, and about 50 golden pure elemental fruit. The pure elemental golden pill has 2 main ingredients, which are the pure elemental tree leaves and fruits, and now Qinxiang already gathered all the ingredients needed. But he didn't immediately pluck it and started looking for the object, releasing the golden light, because obviously it didn't come from the pure elemental fruit tree. And soon he found out that the light is coming from the water. Qinxiang approached it and saw a bronze mirror with a handle lying inside a puddle. After he picked this mirror, he suddenly felt a burst of suppressing devil yuan qi pouring in his body, which let his body emit bursts of golden light, which forced the werewolf to hide behind a boulder and avoid being touched by this light. After Qinxiang fused with the suppressing devil yuan qi inside the mirror, he discovered that his suppressing devil golden body becomes stronger, and his suppressing devil yuan qi also changed and become stronger. Qinxiang hastily dipped a drop of his blood in the mirror and become its master. The mirror is called Suppressing Devil Mirror. People cultivating suppressing devil divine art can use to release extremely ferocious bursts of suppressing devil yuan qi to deal with demons. Qinxiang is overjoyed after obtaining this mirror. It had to be known that even without an owner, this mirror can release a suppressing devil yuan qi that even king degree demon can't bear, let alone now that it has an owner. And he's extremely confused why such mirror will appear here. If he has an opportunity, he will use it to deal with king degree demon and test its might. After the golden light disappeared, the werewolf stealthily looked at the tree. Although he lived a long time here, but it's his first time seeing a pure elemental tree, and he's even more afraid of Qinxiang's strength now, because he can easily deal with this place which even king degree demon are helpless against. Qinxiang started picking the pure elemental fruits, and after he picked 30 of them, Long Shui hastily said, "There is someone approaching, a strong spirit martial realm martial artist. He must be W.A.N. Ji Quan disciple." The werewolf also sensed him and strangely shouted, "Master, there is someone fierce approaching." By now even Qinxiang sensed his aura. He already saw W.A.N. Ji Quan disciples, and he's familiar with their aura. "Quickly come to my side," Qinxiang hastily shouted, and after hearing him, the werewolf immediately leaped to his side. This werewolf can guess the reason why human come to this mysterious realm is for gathering demon's heart, which why he's in danger, because he believes that those humans will all be extremely strong like Qinxiang, and if he didn't become Qinxiang's slave, then even if Qinxiang didn't take his heart, he will be killed by other humans. Just after the werewolf comes to Qinxiang, a handsome man wearing blue cloth and holding a precious sword leisurely come over. His unruly eyes took a look to Qinxiang, then the werewolf beside him, which let him frown, then lastly looked at the pure elemental tree behind Qinxiang. "Qinxiang, you are siding with evil demons. If this spread out, what would people think of you?" Snort. When the man was talking, his eyes were filled with greed and his tone was extremely arrogant. Qinxiang coldly smiled and said, "Wan Xian, open your eyes and take a careful look. He's my slave, and for me to be able to enslave an evil demon possessing a demonic heart is an extremely glorious matter. This arrogant man is called Wan Xian, and he's one of W.A.N. Ji Quan disciples." Wan Xian didn't care about what Qinxiang said. After seeing an evil demon possessing a demon heart and a priceless tree, how can he not be tempted? Especially those beautiful golden fruits that tempt him to take a bite of them. I remember that Elder Ding said that if I encounter such situation, I must use the most ancient way to resolve it. Wan Xian sinisterly said, "The most ancient way is battling, and the one who wins will take everything." Qinxiang is cursing him in his mind, and he flipped his hand and strongly gripped the pure elemental tree behind him, and pulled the entire tree along with its roots out and rapidly stored it in his ring, and handed dealing with it to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. Such crude plucking may make the tree dies, but Qinxiang didn't care because he has golden dragon saliva and he can use the pure elemental fruit, seeds to plant it, and as long as he has enough time he can have as many trees as he wants. "Qinxiang, you." Wan Xian was extremely angered and fiercely stared at the werewolf, and sent a palm containing golden lightning true qi toward it, which let several shoo-shoo-shoo sounds. Seeing the werewolf is about to be killed, Qin Xiang snorted, and an invisible true qi curled around his body and started spinning around it and attracted the palm condensed by golden lightning true qi toward him. When it hit him, Chen Xiang used the Tai Chi subduing dragon divine art to dissolve the palm strength and was safe and sound. Chen Xiang, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? There won't be anyone knowing if I kill you here. Wan Xian was already angered and had the thought of killing him. But he knows that Qin Xiang isn't that simple, and he's worried that after killing him he will be heavily injured. Qin Xiang coldly said, "Honestly speaking, since you arrived here, in my eyes, you are already a dead man. You are W.A.N. Ji Quan disciple, and since long ago I was longing to kill one or two of his disciples." Wan Xian complexion changed and loudly said, "If that's the case, then I will not be polite, although you once killed bloodline martial artists from our king continent. But bloodline martial artists have various grades, and those peoples which you killed are only trash in my eyes, and a disgrace of bloodline martial artists." Wan Xian is the fourth person who entered in, and he entered earlier than Qin Xiang by a day, and his strength isn't weak, so Chen Xiang thought he should have got many demonic hearths, and by killing him he can get them and save time. Wan Xian is the fourth person who entered in, and he entered earlier than Qin Xiang by a day, and his strength isn't weak, so Qin Xiang thought he should have got many demonic hearths, and by killing him he can get them and save time. And Wan Xian is jealous of Qin Xiang because he managed to enslave an evil demon. He already tried this, but all the evil demon he met aren't willing to submit, so he can only kill them. If he possessed a strong evil demon like Qin Xiang, then his journey in the mysterious realm would become easier. Qin Xiang, honestly speaking, it's impossible for you to enter the finals. Our master has only 4 disciples, and he's willing to take out good fortune fruit only to let us compete for it. And except us, there wouldn't be anyone able to enter the finals. Wan Xian proudly smiled and said he waved his sword, and sword light containing a powerful qi shooted toward Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was started and hastily cast aside his head, but the powerful qi still streaked across his face and left a bill. "Oh, why scratch on it?" and continued in and cut out a portion of his hair. After witnessing Wan Xian's strength, Qin Xiang complexion become grave. This Wan Xian is stronger than the 2 bloodline martial artists he met before, and although he's the youngest of W.A.N. Ji Quan 4 disciples, but all of his disciples have a profound cultivation and roughly matched strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't let them compete against each other. And the compet 1. Tian will also decide which one of the 4 disciples will obtain W.A.N. Ji Quan inheritance. What you meant is that W.A.N. Ji Quan has given you enough demonic hearts before entering in. Qin Xiang smiled. Wan Xian harshly laughed and waved his sword and chopped a strike containing a terrifying amount of qi, the true qi in his body after Pa-S, sing through his hand and bursting out from his precious sword become more stronger, and Qin Xiang sensed a tremendous danger from it. "That's right, we 4 will definitely enter the finals, and it's impossible for other people to obstruct us from competing for the number 1 position." Wan Xian's smile become more complacent after seeing Chen Xiang moving left and right to dodge his attacks like an old mouse. "Chen Xiang, you should use Dragon Force, although my master often said that Dragon Force can defeat bloodline martial artists, but I don't believe him." Wan Xian frowned and grasped a sword which started glowing brightly with both hands, and directly chopped toward Qin Xiang, and countless sword light suddenly appeared and like a net enveloped Qin Xiang. Being surrounded by countless sword light, net cut Qin Xiang escape route. Wan Xian burst into loud laughter because he thought that dealing with Qin Xiang is too easy under the sword light net. Qin Xiang suddenly turned into mist. He used water mirror technique. If he was this weak to be such easily defeated, he would long ago have been eliminated. Wan Xian was startled, and he abruptly turned around and swiftly hacked, and in an instant, sword chi shot all around, and the valiant aura which bloodline martial artists posses burst with this strike, BRIMI, and G with destruction aura, which shook the surrounding PAC and split the ground apart. Dang! Chun Xiang blocked that terrifying strike capable of splitting mountain open. And he even easily did it and mildly cancelled his remaining strength. You don't deserve that I use dragon force. And it's a disgrace to use such sacred strength to deal with you, Chun Xiang indifferently said, and struck with his palm toward Wan Shuang, not letting him enough time to use his sword, and he can only face it with his palm. And although Wan Ji-Xian struck with his palm without any preparation, but his strike is extremely powerful, and it's filled with an invisible energy which formed a strong qi wave that let Chun Xiang felt a scalding energy infiltrating his body before even touching him. And this domineering and tyrannical energy tried to explode out after entering his meridians, but was quickly suppressed by him. Ha ha! Did you experience my strength? Wan Xian loudly laughed before clenching his teeth and increasing the strength of his palm. There weren't any energy waves when their palm collided, like if they were little kids sticking their palm together, which is out of Wan Shuang's expectation, because he thought that Chun Xiang will be forced to draw back and lost at least one of his arm, and the surrounding trees should also be wrecked by his erupting qi. He, we will see who will laugh at last, after withdrawing his palm, swung it lightly to dissolve Wan Xian's remaining strength. Chun Xiang retreated several steps, and Wan Xian hastily tried wielding his sword to strike, but when lifted his sword he found that something was amiss. Wan Xian's complexion suddenly changed, and terrified screamed out, "What did you make to my hand? Why, it's like this. My arm bone. Where is it?" Transforming bone devil palm. When Chun Xiang contacted his palm, he used his strength to display this dissolving bone soft strike. He started preparing for this strike when he was dodging Wan Xian's sword qi and made an opportunity to contact his palm, and he succeeds and dissolved Wan Xian's whole arm bones. And although Chun Xiang don't use it often in fighting, but he's always practicing it, and after he entered the extreme realm, this transforming bone devil palm becomes more fierce, and he's already able to quietly dissolve his opponent's bones, without them feeling any pain. Chun Xiang doesn't dare to use this devil skill in front of peoples, because such martial skill is to some extent evil and malicious, and it can easily be used by others as a reason to make trouble for him. Wan Xian was terror-stricken, although he underwent ruthless training, but it's his first time encountering such a situation, and he's usually in an aloof position in addition to his young age, and isn't steady and composed like Chun Xiang. It had to be known that Chun Xiang is constantly struggling in Death Edge and experienced numerous grinding, which let him mature earlier and becomes calm and composed. Chun Xiang. I will hack you to pieces. Wan Xian, as if he gone crazy, wielded his sword and rushed toward Chun Xiang. But his arm doesn't have any bones, and he's unable to control it. But his anger and dread made him lose all rationality if Chun Xiang encountered such a thing. He will try to survive and not rush in, and goes all out. Seeing that Wan Xian is overcome by anger, Chun Xiang knows that he achieved what he wants, looking at Wan Xian Russ. Plussing in and hacking at him, he calmly waved his blade and blocked his attack, and used the Tai Chi subduing dragon divine art profound controlling strength to give rise to an enormous attraction and firmly bonded Wan Shuang's sword to his blade. And in such a moment, Chun Xiang gazed at Wan Xian's chest, and his eyes flickered with red light, and 2 red light beams suddenly shot out from his eyes and pierced Wan Xian's body. Penetrating, heart devil eye. This is also one of Bai Yu's proud devil skill. Chun Xiang continuously used it, and not only penetrated his heart, but also used this terrifying devilish light beam to penetrate his dantian and others' vital spot of his body. Chun Xiang, your bastard, I curse you to die a dog death. Wan Xian body continually encountered fatal attacks, and his dantian suffered severe damages, and he lost all his strength and kneeled down, experiencing sharp pain all over his body. Wan Xian vitality is extremely tenacious, and in such a state, he unexpectedly still didn't die. Chun Xiang seized his sword and storage ring and laughed while shaking his head. Your strength isn't bad. If I want to uprightly defeat you, it will be quite wearisome, but now? Since Chun Xiang said the points compet, Tian. W and Ji Quan forced his disciples to study Qin Xiang, various compet Tians, and checks are various materials about him. Therefore they thought they know everything about him, and Chen Xiang doesn't know anything about them, which will let them occupy a great advantage facing him. Since Chen Xiang Pa S, said the points compet 1 Tian, W, A, N, Ji Quan forced his disciples to study Qin Xiang, various compet 1 Tians, and checks are various materials about him. Therefore they thought they know everything about him, and Qin Xiang doesn't know anything about them, which will let them occupy a great advantage facing him. Qin Xiang Partic 1 P, aided in many public compet 1 Tians, and even kids know what skill he often uses, but he rarely uses devil skill in such public compet 1 Tian, especially skills like penetrating heart devil eye and transforming bone devil palm. And even ice spirit devil aura only used it once stealthily, and it wasn't recognized by those tyke. And S who witnessed it. Only when he's using his devil skills will he truly be considered as using his true strength. His devil skill are difficult to guard against, and he's always concealing them, otherwise he won't be able to such effortlessly defeat Wan Xian, and it's by Yu who made him conceal them. Even Huang Jintian doesn't know that Qin Xiang has such devil skills, so it's obvious that Wan Xian doesn't know, and in this evil demon mysterious realm he can unscrupulously use them because there isn't anyone around. Fell relieved. There won't be anyone knowing that you were killed by me, ha! Chen Xiang lightly laughed and lifted his blade and chopped Wan Xian head W. A.N. Ji Quan, youngest disciple, an outstanding bloodline martial artist, was like this killed by Qin Xiang. Until Wan Shuang was before death door, did he understand why Qin Xiang didn't use dragon force to deal with him? It's because he doesn't need to use it, and he also understood that from the beginning Qin Xiang was scheming against him, and that he was played by him. TSK, he truly has many demonic hearts. He unexpectedly has 51 of them. Qin Xiang is very surprised. This evil demon mysterious realm is controlled by the divine martial palace, and as long as a nirvana realm warrior enters in, he can get as many demonic hearths as he wants. He has these many? It seems like W.A.N. Ji Quan established such a test to guarantee that his 4 disciples enter the finals, but he won't expect his actions will lead to the death of one of his disciples, Long Shui said with a smile. Qin Xiang handed these demonic hearts to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, and made them look for ways to let these demonic hearts seem different. If W.A.N. Ji Quan recognized these demonic hearts, then he will have trouble, because the matter of him killing Wan Xian mustn't be discovered. He naturally isn't worried that the werewolf will sell him out, because he has dozen ways to guarantee he will not reveal out this matter. Wolf slave, come over, Qin Xiang happily said with a smile, and threw 100 beasts down toward him. The wold salve immediately swallowed it after receiving it. Qin Xiang touched his head and started searching his memory. Bear it, Qin Xiang shouted. The wolf slave felt a sharp pain in his head before fainted. Qin Xiang used Grasping Soul Devil Curse to erase the werewolf memory about what happened earlier, which is one of Grasping Soul Devil Curse convenient use. If you used Grasping Soul Devil Curse to search Wan Shuang memory, you might have learned many unexpected matters. Bai Yu said. Qin Xiang said with a smile, It doesn't matter. I still have many opportunities. Didn't he have other 3 fellow disciples? They should pray to not met me. In such place, Qin Xiang doesn't have anything to be apprehensive about, and as long as he met one of Wan Quan disciples, he will try to kill them. After all, in this place casualties are unavoidable, and as long as body knows it's him, even if W.A.N. Ji Quan suspected him, he wouldn't dare to act against him. The wolf slave quickly wakes up. He already forgot about what happened earlier. His last memory is when Qin Xiang was picking fruits, and Wan Xian corpse was already disposed of by Qin Xiang. Wolf slave, does other evil demons also like the medicinal pills which I gave you? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, those pills are useful to us, and I obtained energy from eating them. And although this realm also have spirit qi, but it's difficult for us to absorb it. The spirit Q is floating in the sky, and in case it comes down, it will become extremely muddy, and it's extremely difficult to obtain a bit of pure spirit Q from it, and master medicinal pills can let me obtain a great quant. 1. Tai of pure energy. The wolf slave said. Qin Xiang rubbed his nose and asked, "If I put some pill here, will other evil demons be able to smell it? I want to use it to lure evil demon possessing demonic heart and avoid the trouble of looking for them myself." He currently had 53 demonic heart, and he's clear about how difficult it's to get so many demonic hearts, so he's very confident about entering the final. They will definitely smell it. When young evil demon discovers good stuff, they will generally inform their commander to come to take it, making the commander personally take it, which is safer, and the commander will also reward those young evil demons. If those young evil demons keep it for themselves after discovering it, the consequences will be grave if it was known by the commander. Qin Xiang nodded. I want to find a place where many tribes frequently pass on, so that my trap can attract many commanders. Blackwood Canyon. It's the path toward the Spirit River, and many young evil demons and commanders will frequently pass through it to go to the Spirit River. What kind of place is the Spirit River? Qin Xiang asked. It's a very dangerous river, but this river can release a lot of spirit chi. If one were to fall in the river, then he's doomed. Even king-degree evil demon will die if they fall in it. The wolf slave, frightened, continued in and said, I once seen a king-degree evil demon fall in it, and from that day on I never saw him again. Qin Xiang made the wolf slave lead him, and along the way, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu already found a way to change those 51 demonic hearts and make their appearance different from before, so that W, A, N, G, Quan won't recognize them when inspecting them. These demonic hearts were given by W, A, N, Ji Quan to his disciples, and Qin Xiang was worried that he will recognize them. Therefore, he's extremely careful in dealing with them. Wan Xian only got 1 demonic heart after 2 days of entering in, and although W, A, N, Ji Quan only gives him 50, but it's enough for him to enter the finals. Su Meiyao said, Those demonic hearts are extremely useful. Qin Xiang wants to get more of them, and if possible, he does not want to hand over those which he robbed from Wan Xian, because the consequences would be severe if he was discovered. Blackwood Canyon is a big canyon full of big black trees. This mysterious realm was dim, and after entering this forest, it becomes more pitch black. But fortunately, there are some glowing plants and glowing insects flying all over. Qin Xiang want to arrange a grand formation in the Blackwood Canyon, a formation that stretches across the canyon middle, and he believes that even king-degree evil demons won't be unable to escape of such giant trap. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing, but now he obtained the evil demon's nemesis, the suppressing devil mirror, and as long as he uses it, and releases the ferocious suppressing devil Yuan Qi in it, then he will be invincible inside the formation. Setting the formation need top-grade crystals, and he obtained many of them in Lotus Island, and it's enough for him to let it operate it for 12 days. Qin Xiang was feeling no small pressure as he wanted to arrange a large array on his own. He remembered that some array grandmasters had assistants helping them in arranging the array. Last time, Xue Xianxian and Leng Yuland cooperated together to arrange the array. Qin Xiang was feeling no small pressure as he wanted to arrange a large array on his own. He remembered that some array grandmasters had assistants helping them in arranging the array. Last time, Xue Xianxian and Leng Yuland cooperated together to arrange the array. Smelly Dragon, help me out a bit. Qin Xiang only had Long Xue to help. Aside from the fact that she was quite powerful, she had sufficiently powerful divine sense, making her the best assistant. Whereas, as inept as Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were in arrays, they were quite intelligent. It was just that they were weak. Qin Xiang was worried for their safety. As reluctant as Long Xue was, she still came out honestly under Qin Xiang's coercion and persuasion. The wolf slave's eyes went wide with the sudden appearance of a 12-year-old little girl. Long Xue scoffed tenderly at him as she said, What are you looking at? Quickly, do what I say." The wolf slave felt weird noticing that this cute little girl wasn't afraid of him. Chun Xiang nodded at him, indicating him to follow Long Xue's orders. As such, the wolf slave started digging a designated place, whereat drawn were few symbols by Chun Xiang. All in all, a total of 4 deep pits had to be dug. Chun Xiang wanted to arrange an illusion array here from the memories of 4 array grandmasters that could trap someone to death. The victim of the trap would encounter a maze once they entered the array, making it extremely difficult for them to get out. Whereas Chun Xiang could see everything clearly and control the offensive array inside the illusion array to kill the victim. Of course, he could also attack the victim from the outside. This array was huge. It was like a river across the dark forest canyon. Fortunately, the process of laying out the array wasn't that complicated. The first thing that Chun Xiang had to do was engrave spirit patterns on the ground, which for him was quite easy. Chun Xiang dug many small crisscrossing tunnels under the ground by releasing a fair number of flame, B, AL, S, and controlling them thereafter. These small tunnels were just large enough for a mouse to traverse. In fact, these esoteric spirit patterns were precisely what Constant I toot the array. However, neither Chun Xiang understood these spirit patterns, nor did he know how he should combine them. Nevertheless, he knew that these spirit patterns were necessary of the array, so he just copied them. An entire day had Pa S said after he was finished carving the spirit patterns under the ground at the center of the dark forest canyon. Meanwhile, Long Xue had already dug 4 pits in accordance with the places marked by him. As Long Xue and the werewolf had worked together, they were faster than Chun Xiang. Suddenly, glaring rays of light flashed in the pitch-black forest, whereupon Chun Xiang took out a fair number of relatively bigger top-grade crystal stones and threw them to Long Xue before he spoke. Draw the spirit chi out of these top-grade crystal stones and condense it into liquid form, and then pour it inside those pits. It was not that hard for Long Xue. On the contrary, it was boring. She let out a snort as she caught the spirit stones and made herself busy. Chun Xiang was extra careful as this was his very first array, and he didn't know whether it would work or not. He too took out a top-grade crystal stone quickly and extracted the pure spirit chi out. And then he let the spirit chi in liquid form Pa S through those pits and into the spirit pattern tunnels that he had dug under the ground after having compressed a large amount of spirit chi into liquid form. Those spirit patterns were no different than rat burrows, covering the entire ground in a crisscross network from underneath. Once these spirit patterns were filled with energy, the array would be halfway done. This step was relatively faster. It was just that the consumption of the top-grade crystal stones was too much. After all the spirit patterns had been filled with a lot of spirit chi, Chun Xiang buried all the pits completely except for one, wherein he placed a relatively larger top-grade crystal stone as it was the base of the array. Chun Xiang and the wolf slave left far away from here after having buried the final pit as well. As a matter of fact, the array was sort of one last step, which was activating this large array, for which a major part of one's spirit had to be fused with the spirit chi inside those spirit patterns under the ground. In line with those memories of the 4 array grandmasters, Chun Xiang released his divine sense and poured all of it into the array base at center, letting his divine sense flow into all the spirit patterns and thereby controlling the spirit chi inside and compressing it together, and even integrating it as well. This process was a lot harder than Chun Xiang had imagined because half of his divine sense had been consumed just at the beginning. However, his consumption of spirit chi slowly decreased a lot in the end, and the array was gradually under his control. "Finally," said Chun Xiang, gazing at the front as he stood atop a tree. As the large array was formed, the illusion array covered a large part of the dark forest canyon from the center. Meanwhile, Chun Xiang began to use his imagination to create a dreamland. An illusion array was a very special kind of array. Anyone's mind would be affected once they entered the array's area of effect. Although everything encountered inside the array was created out of Chun Xiang's imagination, it would appear extremely real in the mind of the victims, and therefore the divine sense requirement for laying out an illusion array was very high. Chun Xiang infused the scenes he had imagined into the array base. Now, as long as anyone entered the illusion array, they would encounter some non-existent things inside. And these things were all created from Chun Xiang's imaginations. The only reason why the victims would believe everything inside to be true was that their mind had encountered an attack, and as such, Array Master's consciousness would appear in their minds. The dreamland that Chun Xiang had imagined had a beautiful blue sky and a garden filled with all kinds of precious and rare herbs. It was extremely beautiful and had incredibly rich spirit qi. So long as anyone entered the array alone, he or she would be completely enthralled. This was what the strong part of the illusion arrays. Only some martial artists with very powerful divine sense could tell the difference between true and false. Obviously, Chun Xiang would not be affected by the array as it was arranged by himself. Chun Xiang went inside the array, carrying a large bag of 100 beasts dawn, which he placed at one place, so as to disseminate the fragrance of those pills and lure those evil demons here. In the past, the little white tiger was also lured by the 100 beasts Dan. Any beast who liked the 100 beasts Dan would have a hard time resisting this kind of temptation, let alone those evil demons who desired to have a pure energy. In order to not let those evil demons sense him, Chun Xiang hollowed out the trunk of a large tree and arranged S-H-I plus Elding Array so as to prevent the leaking of his and the wolf slave's ori, and then monitored the illusion array through a small hole. At the first place, Chun Xiang's divine sense was extremely strong, which became even stronger with the help of the energy stored in those spirit patterns. As such, even the so-called evil demons would find it hard to get out this illusion array. They would feel everything they saw extremely real once they were inside. Not long after, Chun Xiang perceived a group of evil demons approaching. The wolf slave said, taking a deep breath, "It's the smell of that stupid bear." "Does this guy have demon heart?" inquired Chun Xiang. "Yes, he is stronger than me as well. If I am right, he should be going to the spirit river along with his tribe to cultivate," replied the wolf slave. Chun Xiang was a bit nervous, as it was the first time he had arranged an array. However, no matter what his worries were, they would not be helpful. All he could do was wait patiently, wait for the prey to fall into the trap. Chun Xiang noticed a group of evil demons afar, approaching the illusion array vigilantly. Soon, they were about to enter the illusion array. Chun Xiang noticed a group of evil demons afar, approaching the illusion array vigilantly. Soon, they were about to enter the illusion array. Chun Xiang clutched the suppressing devil brilliant mirror in his hand tightly in anxiety. Once those evil demons were inside the illusion array, it was time for him to attack them with the brilliant mirror. A wonderful feeling appeared in Chun Xiang's consciousness after that greater evil demon with a bare body and human head walked into the illusion array. At this instance, he was connected with the illusion array, allowing him to sense everything inside the illusion array. Suddenly, an outburst of cheers resounded far away. Chun Xiang now knew that his illusion array arrangement was successful as those evil demons were enthralled by the beautiful and fertile illusion. At this moment, they were madly running about the forest, cheering. Looking from afar, they seemed mad and possessed. This is just the most basic illusion array. A top-level illusion array can even open up S-P-A-C that could trap anyone who enters this S-P-A-C until their death, stated Su Meiyao. Chun Xiang ordered the wolf slave to obediently wait for him here before he silently entered the illusion array, quietly approached those evil demons who had been fooled by the illusion, wielding the suppressing devil brilliant mirror. That bearman wasn't stupid at all. He wasn't cheering like others, even though he too could see the beautiful scenery, the bountiful spirit trees, and spirit fruits in here. Everything here felt so real even after touching them. The fruits were also extremely delicious, so delicious that those lower evil demons had picked a lot of fruits and burst into laughter as they ate. However, it was all illusion. They could feel as such because their mind was cheating them. Their 5 senses were all affected by their mind. That was the only reason that they had been deceived so successfully. Chen Xiang transformed into an evil demon. Presently, not only could he transform into an evil demon with the 72 transformations technique, he could also transform into large-sized beasts as well as other people. However, he had not tried it yet. A group of evil demons was laughing heartily in the dark forest. They looked extremely strange as they seemed to be eating some transparent things, which made Qin Xiang secretly chuckle. Qin Xiang took out the suppressing devil brilliant mirror as he sneaked behind the bearman. Afterward, he activated the brilliant mirror aiming at the head of the bearman. The bearman fiercely turned his head, but just at this time, a golden beam of light shot out from the suppressing devil brilliant mirror. Whereupon, the bearman's head disappeared into thin air. It was like a jet of hot flames made a pillar of wax instantly disappear. Qin Xiang burst into laughter as he wrapped his hand in suppressing devil yuan qi before thrusting it into the bearman's chest and taking the demon heart out. Afterward, he left the illusion array in a flash. After he left, he changed the illusion array into a maze and let those lower evil demons trapped inside. Very smoothly, those lower evil demons were led into the depths of the illusion array by the maze. And since the maze walls were constructed from the power released by the array, it was very difficult to break through them. The array was but arranged using many top-grade crystal stones. It was extremely strong. Having finished all this, Chen Xiang returned to the wolf slave and continued to wait for the next batch of evil demons to arrive. 3 days passed, said in a flash. Over these days, Qin Xiang had acquired 5 demon hearts through this beautiful trap. And now, too many evil demons were also trapped inside the illusion array. It would be easily noticed if this went on. At this time, Bai Yu and Su Meiyao thought of a good way to kill these lower evil demons, and that was to refine demon hearts by merging the pure energy inside their body through the brilliant flame dragon furnace. Accordingly, Qin Xiang obtained a lot of green energy to be ALLS after having gone inside and killing the lower evil demons. If he didn't gather them quickly, these energy B, ALLS would completely dissipate. Qin Xiang immediately collected these energy B, ALLS inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace after having killed the lower evil demons. At this instance, Qin Xiang had placed more bait. As a result, even 3 batches of evil demons came in within a day, all of them led by an overlord. However, at the end of the day, they became Qin Xiang's prey and were killed inside the illusion array. Just like that, time flew. Now, only a day was left for the end of the round. Over these days, Qin Xiang had collected a total of 15 demon hearts with that illusion array. And presently, he was refining the energy B, ALLS acquired from killing the lower evil demons. If everything went well, he would have acquired even more demon hearts, as the evil demon energy B, ALLS were too many. Finally done. Although these are not authentic demon hearts, they appear just the same. Qin Xiang had refined a total 15 demon hearts. Now, the total number of demon hearts in his hand were only 32, and he was still fairly fast. As for the others, one could very well imagine. Had he not killed Wan Xian, he would not have been able to acquire 51 demon hearts, and as such, he would truly have been unable to enter the finals. "There's a big guy coming. It's actually the so-called king," exclaimed Qin Xiang in surprise, sending his heart into pounding. "This guy is unexpectedly accompanied by 20 retinues, and all of them have demon heart." Qin Xiang grew even more excited. However, he was worried that his illusion array would be broken. That so-called evil demon king was indeed extremely powerful. In Qin Xiang's opinion, he seemed to be in the late stage of tempering realm. Liao Shaoyan, the enemy that had etched his figure in Qin Xiang's heart, also had the same strength. At present, Chun Xiang was only in the early stage of spirit martial realm. Above the spirit martial realm was soul martial realm, above which was the final tempering realm. He still had a long way to go. Calm down. Chun Xiang clinched the suppressing devil brilliant mirror. If he could kill 21 evil demons inside the illusion array, he would be able to obtain 21 demon hearts, coupled with the 32 demon hearts from before. The total number of demon hearts in his hand would also surpass the 50 mark. That would be too many. Great King, are we being tricked? Over these days, those human ASTARDS Hadma sacred many of our kinds. They are targeting our demon hearts, stated an evil demon with a tiger head and human body. There is no need to fear. These human ASTARDS are not that powerful. They can easily deal with you, but not me. In here I am the strongest, said the leader, with the lower body of a huge scorpion, the upper body of a human, 2 pillars for its hands, and a shaking poisonous tail. This so-called evil demon king looked quite terrifying. The greater evil demons around him dared not approach him. Having encountered the so-called evil demon king for the first time, Chun Xiang now wanted to test the illusion array and the suppressing devil brilliant mirror. He had long been waiting for this day. Poisonous Scorpion King, the king closest to the dark forest canyon. He may have come to check up on the disappearance of many tribe leaders. After having caught the smell of poisonous Scorpion King, the wolf slave's eyes flickered with a terrified look. Chun Xiang, on the other hand, left and had cautiously sneaked into the illusion array. At this moment, the poisonous Scorpion King and his retinues had yet to arrive. However, the 100 Beasts' dawn fragrance was simply too tempting to the evil demons and the beasts. The 100 Beasts' dawn were akin to pure energy for them. The evil demons and beasts could all distinguish the 100 Beasts' dawn from the smell. Furthermore, they could smell it from thousands of li away. Let's go. What's there to be afraid of with me here? Shouted the poisonous Scorpion King in a loud voice as he walked towards the front. At this moment, Chun Xiang had stopped operating the illusion array. He was waiting for all the evil demon to enter. Only then was he going to start it. Otherwise, the evil demons in the rear would sense something isn't right and thence would not enter. Watching all the evil demons enter the illusion array area of effect, Chun Xiang cheered in his heart as he activated the illusion array, only to see the poisonous Scorpion King and those 20 evil demons raising a commotion immediately, for they have suddenly appeared inside an extremely beautiful canyon. After the poisonous Scorpion King and his subordinate entered the illusion array, Chun Xiang manipulated the array and created multiple dreamlands, separating all the evil demons completely so as to prevent them from seeing each other. At the same time, he made them enter dungeons, giving them a way to go and thereby scattering them. This way, Chun Xiang would not have to worry about them breaking the array by collaborating with each other. After the poisonous Scorpion King and his subordinate entered the illusion array, Chun Xiang manipulated the array and created multiple dreamlands, separating all the evil demons completely so as to prevent them from seeing each other. At the same time, he made them enter dungeons, giving them a way to go and thereby scattering them. This way, Chun Xiang would not have to worry about them breaking the array by collaborating with each other. Hiding inside the illusion array, Chun Xiang wielded the suppressing devil brilliant mirror as he killed those scattered greater evil demons one after another, and taking their demon hearts out. Previously, he had already done this many times, and as such, had become a lot proficient. Very soon, 20 demon hearts were in his hands. At present, the poisonous Scorpion King was still inside a beautiful mountain valley. At this moment, he was attacking everything in sight as he too had fallen into an endless confusion. His attacks were extremely powerful. Chun Xiang could feel that monstrous aura emanating from him from far away. However, those powerful attacks were completely neutralized by the large array. The attacks didn't cause too much of an effect at all. The poisonous Scorpion King had long grown tired of this mysterious realm where he never saw the sun. Now he was feeling happy having arrived at such a picturesque mountain valley, but he did not let his guard down as 20 retinues who had followed him here had suddenly disappeared. The poisonous Scorpion King vigilantly walked around the mountain valley, but in fact, there simply wasn't any mountain valley. Everything was created out of Chun Xiang's imagination and were then fed into the poisonous Scorpion King's mind through the array. This guy is not so easy to deal with. It seems I have to activate the offensive array inside the array. If Chun Xiang were to kill this poisonous Scorpion King, the energy of the illusion array that he had arranged would almost be expended as well. When Chun Xiang had laid out this illusion array, an offensive array was also arranged inside those spirit patterns. Under Chun Xiang's control, the energy inside the illusion array began to gather, converging into a terrifying power through those spirit patterns. Rumble, a flash of lightning glimmered inside the dark forest as it struck the poisonous Scorpion King. The poisonous Scorpion King let out a loud roar. Meanwhile, Chun Xiang aimed the suppressing devil brilliant mirror at the poisonous Scorpion King and released the suppressing devil yuan qi that the demons and devils most dreaded. The suppressing devil yuan qi gathered into a beam of limit which shone up the poisonous Scorpion King's head. Immediately after, the poisonous Scorpion King issued blood-curdling wails. Nevertheless, the suppressing devil yuan qi failed to melt the poisonous Scorpion King's head immediately and was only melting bit by bit. The poisonous Scorpion King was extremely powerful, and the same was true for his body. Therefore, Chun Xiang failed to melt his head with the suppressing devil brilliant mirror at once like before. Nonetheless, the poisonous Scorpion King didn't last for long as his head was completely eroded by the strange power inside the suppressing devil yuan qi. Only after having confirming poisonous Scorpion King's death did Chun Xiang rushed over with a flash before forming a claw with his hand and thrusting it towards the poisonous Scorpion King's chest. In order to take out the poisonous Scorpion King's demon heart instantly, Chun Xiang had released some dragon force and infused it inside the suppressing devil yuan qi, so as to strengthen the claw of his qi. Having his hand pierce the poisonous Scorpion King's stu r dy chest, Chun Xiang grabbed the demon heart and pulled it out. The demon heart of poisonous Scorpion King was just as big as the usual demon hearts. However, it was very bright and was releasing glaring green light, which made Chun Xiang feel as if he was holding a small green sun. Truly a great harvest. There is still a lot of energy remaining inside the illusion array. Enough to deal with another guy, exclaimed Chun Xiang in excitement as he returned to the wolf slave's side and waited. Now he was only a day away from leaving this mysterious realm. Having seen Chun Xiang pick off those powerful evil demons under the poisonous Scorpion King in no time, the wolf slave was shocked endlessly. He suddenly felt he was very clever and had a good luck as well. Otherwise, his demon heart would have long been in Chun Xiang's hand. Huddled up inside the tree burrow, Chun Xiang used his divine sense to monitor the surrounding, waiting for the fish to enter the net. The 100 beasts' dawn had been placed inside the array for so long, and yet not one was eaten. Nevertheless, they had helped Chun Xiang capture a lot of fishes. After having been waiting for half a day, Chun Xiang fiercely opened his eyes. They are here. What made him somewhat disappointed was that it was not a big fist, but just a greater evil demon, one at the level of tribe leader. If it was that so-called evil demon king, maybe he would have brought a bunch of subordinates along with him. And more importantly, that kind of evil demon heart was very good as well. It's an extra large fist. Plus ha ha ha, there is actually a human, stated Long Shui laughing. Chun Xiang was astounded. He didn't sense any human. Peering through a small hole, he very soon saw a tall and thin man dressed in black clothes tracking an evil demon with very light agility technique. The evil demon, on the other hand, had a body and buck teeth similar to that of a wild boar. That's Gong Sun Jia, the second apprentice of W.A. and Ji Quan. Chun Xiang exclaimed in his heart. It was indeed a big fish. Chun Xiang's heart started palpitating. At this instant he was extremely excited. Previously he had been waiting for W.A. and Ji Quan's apprentices to arrive, but had given up all hope. However, now Gong Sun Jia had delivered himself into Chun Xiang's hands. In fact, Gong Sun Jia came here following that evil demon. He was following them because he suspected that these evil demons were guarding some kind of treasure. Previously, he had tracked these evil demons a few times already, but later all of them entered their tribe. Although he didn't find any treasure, he was able to slaughter them heartily. At this moment, Gong Sun Jia failed to discover that there was a dreamland before him. His camouflaging skills were indeed very good. Had Chun Xiang not been warned by Long Shui, Chun Xiang would have failed to notice him. In the darkness, the black clothes that Gong Sun Jia wore had allowed him to integrate with the pitch-black leaves of the forest. His movements were also extremely light and silent, just like a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, the boar man had already entered the illusion array's area of effect. However, Chun Xiang had still not activated the dreamland. He was waiting for Gong Sun Jia to enter as well. This time, he did not need to fight like when he fought with Wan Xian. This time, Finus, H.I. plussing one of W.A. and Ji Quan's apprentice would be even more relaxed as he had the support of the illusion array. When Gong Sun Jia had advanced by 100 steps deep inside the illusion array, he suddenly found himself in a picturesque valley. He was seeing the same things as the poisonous Scorpion King did before. In contrast, the wild boar suddenly found himself in a fell. He only saw a flash of golden light before his demon heart was pulled out. This is an illusion array. Who in the BLODYHELL arranged it? I am the second apprentice of W.A. and Ji Quan, the divine martial palace lord. Gong Sun Jia immediately shouted as soon as he realized that this was an illusion array. Whereupon, Chun Xiang, who was feeling all complacent, suddenly frowned as he swore in his heart, for the energy of the illusion array had just run out. Soon after Gong Sun Jia started shouting, the picturesque mountain valley blurred as those black trees once again came into his view. Chun Xiang! Gong Sun Jia noticed Chun Xiang's silhouette far away and recognized him at first glance, which surprised Gong Sun Jia even more so. He didn't expect that Chun Xiang was someone who could actually lay out such a powerful array. Having thought that the illusion array belonged to Chun Xiang, his back was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Even so, Gong Sun Jia was still furious. Chun Xiang, what about that pig? That was my prey. Chun Xiang found it funny that Gong Sun Jia didn't escape the array the very first moment he got out. Chun Xiang found it funny that Gong Sun Jia didn't escape the array the very first moment he got out. Having noticed Chun Xiang's expression, Gong Sun Jia flew back and madly bombarding the ground in response, rupturing the ground and ruining the array thereafter. Evidently, he also had some knowledge of arrays. Chun Xiang, did you just trapped in the array? What are you up to? Shouted Gong Sun Jia from afar. Although he had quite an imposing bearing, he dared not approach Chun Xiang. In response, Chun Xiang burst into laughter as he said, "What could I be up to? I started the array because I saw a boar man coming, who knew Brother Gongsun's camouflaging ability would be so strong that I found Brother Gong's son only after having killed that boar man." Gong Sun Jia was stupefied for a moment. Chun Xiang had killed the boar man in the short moment he was inside the dreamland. This kind of strength astounded him. Nonetheless, he wasn't afraid. "Chun Xiang, you stole my prey. You better hand it over obediently or else." Chun Xiang coldly laughed as he walked over. "Or else what? You will kill me?" "That's not the way of doing things. I saw that boar man first. Furthermore, I also lead him here. In the first place, that thing belonged to me. Since you are not willing to hand over that demon heart, I can only "Natch it back," stated Gongsun Jie coldly as he took out a long spear covered in yellow flames. As Gongsun Jie pointed the long spear at Qin Xiang, scorching flames gushed out from it. The heat emanating from it dried the leaves on the nearby trees as they fell on the ground. Feeling this intense heat, Qin Xiang was greatly astounded immediately. He didn't expect Gongsun Jie to actually be in possession of a fire spirit. After all, only someone who was in possession of fire spirit could employ yellow flames. Gongsun Jie smiled in disdain upon noticing Qin Xiang's countenance. "Your flames are nothing in my eyes. Even some old men who had been using flames for their entire lifetime would willingly throw in the towel facing my flames." He knew Qin Xiang was a fire expert. He was feeling all proud at this moment as he believed Qin Xiang was afraid of his flames. A yellow fire spirit was ranked third from the bottom in the ranking of fire spirits. In contrast, Qin Xiang's Heavenly Sun fire spirit was ranked at the top. It was king among the fire spirit. However, Qin Xiang had controlled the Heavenly Sun fire spirit very well, so as to prevent its mighty aura from bursting out. Elder Dan had once repeatedly exhorted him and Wu Qianqian that they could not reveal the matter of fire spirit to the others. Otherwise, they would be targeted by the forces of Fire God Temple. Lu Menjie and Hua Xiangyue were also well aware of this. Whereas Lu Menjie was only able to successfully fuse with the fire spirit because Qin Xiang had helped her. As for Hua Xiangyue, Qin Xiang had a suspicion that she too was in possession of a fire spirit. Seeing Qin Xiang remaining silent, Gongsun Jie said, ridiculing, "You are afraid of this flame. Let me tell you, my flames can be so strong because I have obtained a fire spirit. You are an alchemist, so you should know of fire spirits, right? That is akin to an extreme treasure for alchemists." Certainly, Gongsun Jie also knew that the fire spirits must be kept secret. However, he believed that Qin Xiang was a dead person, therefore he wasn't afraid of anything. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, sneered in his heart, "With just a yellow fire spirit, you still dare to quibble before my Heavenly Sun fire. You just wait and watch how I wrap you up for good." So what? The compet won. Tie-in isn't about whose flames are better. Qin Xiang slightly smiled as a pure and rich water-attributed true qi spread from his body, only to see a fair number of water vines that were as thick as a thigh suddenly appeared underneath Gongsun Jie's feet. Since the opposite party was using flames, Qin Xiang used the water vines to deal with him, even though he perfectly knew that his black tortoise true qi won't be able to suppress the flames of fire spirit. Very soon, the water vines had crawled around Gongsun Jie's body completely. Even his long spear that was enshrouded in flames wasn't spared. The water vine had wrapped around it as well. Immediately after, a mist began to appear as the water was being burnt off by the scorching fire energy. Meanwhile, Gongsun Jie also secretly began to curse Qin Xiang. "These kinds of dirty tricks won't work on me," roared Gongsun Jie as flames suddenly broke out from his body, evaporating Qin Xiang's water vines in the blink of an eye. By then, Qin Xiang had already jumped to Gongsun Jie's side after having taken out the azure dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade, and fiercely slashed downwards thereafter. Gongsun Jie had always been paying attention to Qin Xiang's movement while dealing with the water vines by releasing the flame. Seeing Qin Xiang quickly SLAs, plussing at him, he immediately defended by holding the spear horizontally. Sif shock wave with a loud crash erupted the moment Qin Xiang's azure dragon lightning force and Gongsun Jie's flame force fiercely clashed with one another. The confrontation of two such powerful energy burst forth with a thunderous resound along with heat and light, just like a dazzling sun. In that instant, the entire dark forest canyon was illuminated by the subsequent glow. At the same time, the first set of chi waves spread towards all direction like billowing tides, setting off a storm that even uprooted those giant trees. In just a short while, the ground around Qin Xiang and Gong Sun Jie had been leveled out. Even a thick layer of soil had been stormed away from the aftermath. At this moment, it was quite apparent how terrifying power these two could erupt with. Whereupon, Qin Xiang was pushed back from the aftershock, his hand holding the blade, slightly numb. Evidently, Gong Sun Jie was far stronger than Wan Xian that he had previously encountered. At this instance, Gong Sun Jie was also under no small pressure because Qin Xiang was also insanely powerful. Previously, he had seen Qin Xiang's fight in the tournament. He knew Qin Xiang had concealed his strength very well. However, he had quite a bit of confidence in his own strength. As such, he believed Qin Xiang was weaker than him because his bloodline could bestow him the strength that was a lot more powerful than any ordinary man that he could come to possess. A frown crept upon Qin Xiang's forehead, holding the blade's hilt. The strength of King's vein was indeed extraordinary. Had it been any ordinary martial artist who had just stepped into the extreme state, he would simply unable to defend against that blade strike of his, and perhaps even escape from the water vines with extreme difficulty. Gong Sun Jie was also not feeling any better. That previous blade of Qin Xiang made him feel as though the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Furthermore, the lightning power accompanied it was also rather fearsome. The azure dragon slaughtering devil blade was a divine weapon that would only get heavier the more its user infused his strength into it. Whereas Qin Xiang had only employed azure dragon true qi in the last strike of his. That's all. Gong Sun Jie couldn't show any sign of weakness. As such, the long spear in his hand quivered as an intense flame once again gushed out from it as he thrust it straight at Qin Xiang. Apparently, he had chosen to launch a preemptive strike at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Immediately after, a vivid azure dragon suddenly emerged on the blade of azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, which immediately turned fiery red, then golden, its color changing successively and very quickly at that. This time, Qin Xiang had employed the universe true qi, the strongest form of true qi created by fusing the 5 true qi in his body. This true qi was many times stronger than a single attributed true qi. Its power could not just be judged by adding 1 + 1. A furious howl resonated from the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. The moment the furious howl erupted from it, fierce gales gushed out from the blade, raising a cloud of dust as they swept straight at Gong Sun Jie, submerging him inside. Furious Dragon Strike. It was one of the moves among the Dragon Slayer's 7 killing cut. It was the fastest strike in his arsenal, and he could utilize it in succession until all of his true qi was expended. As soon as the Furious Dragon Strike was cast, Qin Xiang fell under the influence of the furious dragon might. An inexplicable anger filled his entire body, seeping into his very soul. His blood and body started burning from this inexplicable anger. As soon as the furious dragon strike was cast, Qin Xiang fell under the influence of the furious dragon might. An inexplicable anger filled his entire body, seeping into his very soul. His blood and body started burning from this inexplicable anger. The strength in anger could only be summarized in one word: terrifying. As the saying goes, one could always surpa their limits in anger. At present, the same was true for Qin Xiang. Unconsciously, he felt an ever-increasing power coursing through his body, which needed to be vented. This was the terrifying thing about the furious dragon strike. Its caster would be infuriated, granting him or her a mighty power like an angry dragon, which was incomparably terrifying. In other words, it was a thunderbolt-like strike of a furious dragon. Qin Xiang's furious dragon strike greeted that thrusting spear by a downward cut, thereby erupting with thunder-like dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens as a shockwave swept around. This scene was quite shocking, endlessly terrifying Gong Sun Jie as well. These dragon martial techniques became even more fearsome with Qin Xiang's improvement in strength. This was also what made these dragon martial techniques so powerful. That long spear of Gong Sun Jie was a pretty good brilliant grade weapon. However, it still paled in comparison to Qin Xiang's Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, which was a divine grade weapon. The difference between them was like that between heaven and earth. At this moment, the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade weighed close to 100 million pounds. The power of this downward cut could only be imagined. Having clashed with incoming Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, Gongsun Jie's long spear broke into pieces from the subsequent powerful impact. Just one cut and Gongsun Jie's long spear had already been destroyed. In shock, Gongsun Jie soon came to understand that the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade in Qin Xiang's hands had already transcended the brilliant grade weapons. It was a weapon of higher grade. His long spear was no different than a tofu in front of this divine blade. Qin Xiang's strength could indeed be enhanced by several times by relying on the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade. This was also why Qin Xiang had a full grasp of everything in the mysterious realm, because there were no rules here. He could kill the other party without any care. Under this kind of situation, Qin Xiang could utilize everything in his grasp, from devil techniques to divine blade, which was his true strength. Immediately after a Ma, S Civ S, HI, plus ELD that was as tall as a human and had flames erupting from it, appeared in Gongsun Jie's hand with a white flash of light. With one glance, it was quite apparent that it was a brilliant grade S, HI plus ELD, something that an ordinary martial artist could hardly get his hands on. Seeing that kind of fearsome blade technique that Qin Xiang had utilized in anger, Gongsun Jie was completely shocked and had come to his senses. He realized he was not Qin Xiang's opponent. Of course, he attributed Qin Xiang's strength to the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade. Had it been a compet, one tie-in, he still had the confidence to defeat Qin Xiang. Having his strike blocked by Gongsun Jie's long spear, Qin Xiang became even more furious. Thereby, he became even stronger and once again cast a furious dragon strike at that thick and enormous S, HI plus ELD. The divine blade in Qin Xiang's hand bloomed with dazzling cerulean light along with a thunderous roar of a dragon as the Azure Dragon slaughtering Devil Blade clashed with that enormous S, HI plus ELD like a furious Azure Dragon. Immediately after, a thunderous metallic bang soon reverberated in the surrounding. The subsequent impact affected the surroundings yet again. The ground was completely devastated, covered in fissures. The trees all around had been crushed into nothing from the resulting pressure. Qin Xiang didn't just stop at one strike, he continued to outpour his anger, chopping with furious dragon strikes continuously. Only through this method could he appease the seething bloodle. U.S.T. in his body. A series of furious dragon strikes shook the entire mysterious realm with furious roars of a dragon. The entire Dark Forest Canyon had been ruthlessly wrecked by this menacing power. Boulders after boulders rolled down the mountains. Some of the mountains had even split, whereas cracks also began to appear on the enormous S, HI plus ELD in Gongsun Jie's hand. After all, only a divine grade SHI plus ELD could defend against the outpour of Qin Xiang's power with the divine blade. Aren't you Ji Quan's second apprentice? Don't you possess the fire spirit? Aren't you the genius of King's mainland? Why have you shrunk your head behind the S, HI plus ELD like a turtle? Weren't you arrogantly shouting you will kill me? Where is your arrogance from before? Qin Xiang continued to fiercely slash while roaring in anger. Gongsun Jie clenched his teeth, his heart bleeding with hatred. He now began to regret contending with Qin Xiang here. Qin Xiang was far more powerful than him because of his divine blade. At this moment, the Ma, S Civ SHI plus ELD that was ranked among the brilliant grade weapon was soon about to be destroyed. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. If he turned around, Qin Xiang would definitely split him into two with that broadsword at once. Even if he exerted all his strength to defend, he he would only be able to withstand for a short while. And looking at Chen Xiang's current grand and imposing manner, it was quite apparent that Chen Xiang could keep on casting this kind of overbearing blade technique for a long while. Chen Xiang could currently utilize 5,000 highly compressed true element grains present in his body. When he released his true qi, it was like a raging river, flowing in a steady stream. Chen Xiang, you can take the demon heart of that boar man. If we go on like this, we both will sustain great losses. Clenching his teeth, Gong Sun Jie swallowed his pride and tried to reach peace. However, Chen Xiang could not take this lying down. Giving out a roar, he once again cast the furious dragon strike. Shut your F. You, see. King trap, from the get-go, the boar man was killed by your father. Furthermore, we both won't sustain grievous injuries. It's either you or me. Soon after, Gong Sun Jie's huge S.H.I. plus ELD was blasted to smithereens with a loud bang. Now, Gong Sun Jie only had a layer of flames covering his entire body. Chen Xiang had already realized that Gong Sun Jie was a martial artist with multiple veins, and all were fire veins at that. Moreover, the defense of this kind of true qi fire cover was indeed extremely strong. However, Gong Sun Jie could not defend for too long. Chen Xiang, I have something to say. Gong Sun Jie was getting anxious. He was human as well. There were times when he was also afraid. He too feared death very much. Chen Xiang's azure, dragon-slaughtering devil blade was just a powerful piece of brilliant grade weapon in many people's opinion. That's all. Who would have ever thought that it was a piece of divine weapon, which was a rarity even in heavenly realm? If this kind of divine weapon appeared in the heavenly realm, it would lead to a sanguinary slaughter for sure. However, Chen Xiang was in a mortal world. With him in the possession of such heaven-defying stuff, no one would be his match, no matter how powerful, brilliant grade piece of equipment one came to possess. Say it to your sister. If your father was weaker than you, would you still be speaking with me? You are just a B.A.S.T.A.R.D. who bully the weak but fear the strong. Chen Xiang showered curses nonstop. Suddenly, the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade was shrouded in a white mist before the ground immediately began to shake, rising up and down around Chen Xiang like ripples in a lake. Dragon force! Gong Sun Jie's facial features had already been distorted from fear. And now D knows how strong would Chen Xiang be after utilizing dragon force. At this instance, Chen Xiang was employing the strongest force in his A.R.S. Enel, the dragon force, and with the divine weapon, the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade at that. Go bluff and BLUS, Turian H.E.L.L. A furious dragon roar reverberated in every corner of the evil demon mysterious realm. This strike possessed a monstrous, imposing manner, and the power behind it was extraordinary as well. This strike crumbled Gong Sun Jie's defense in a jiffy, splitting him into two. The subsequent qi blade ran through a huge mountain, opening a canyon inside. Chen Xiang immediately retrieved the storage ring from Gong Sun Jie's finger. Having checked it and discovering 60 demon hearts with some other things, the anger in his heart finally disappeared. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he left the dark forest canyon with the S.H.I. plus T scared wolf slave. Gong Sun Jie's storage ring had a total of 60 demon hearts inside, among which 50 were the ones that he brought with him. Chen Xiang handed these demon hearts to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu so that they could slightly alter them in the shortest time, so as to prevent WNG Quan and others from recognizing them. Gong Sun Jie's storage ring had a total of 60 demon hearts inside, among which 50 were the ones that he brought with him. Chen Xiang handed these demon hearts to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu so that they could slightly alter them in the shortest time, so as to prevent WNG Quan and others from recognizing them. Gong Sun Jie had come in here for so long, and yet he was only able to gather 10 demon hearts. That's all, which made Chen Xiang secretly despise him. It was completely in line with Chen Xiang's guess. The divine martial place had handed 50 demon hearts to each of W, A, and Ji Quan's 4 apprentices, in order to ensure that they could enter the finals. Of course, Divine Martial Palace and the others underestimated Chen Xiang's true strength. They would have also not expected that Gong Sun Jie and Wan Xian would actually be so reckless that they would go all out with Chen Xiang. After having killed 2 of W, A, and Ji Quan's apprentices, Chen Xiang had acquired a total of 165 demon hearts. This number was extremely shocking. If Chen Xiang took all of them out after having left this mysterious realm, the Divine Martial Palace would definitely get suspicious, therefore. He did not intend to take the demon hearts acquired from Gong Sun Jie and Wan Xian out. Using the illusion array, Chen Xiang had killed a dozen evil demons and a certain number of lesser evil demons. Also, using the Ma S of energy inside these lesser evil demons, he had congealed a dozen demon hearts. Counting the previous demon hearts, he had AMA S set a total of 32 demon hearts. Then he went again and killed the poisonous Scorpion King along with his 20 subordinates, acquiring 21 demon hearts yet again. Finally, he killed the Boar Man and acquired another demon heart. Counting the previous demon hearts, he now had a total of 50-some demon hearts, all of which he had acquired himself. Chen Xiang had divided all the demon hearts he had acquired into 3 parts, 1 part which he had obtained himself, and the other 2 consisted of which that he obtained by killing Gong Sun Jie and Wan Xian. He believed that the 54 demon hearts that he had acquired should be enough to S this round. However, he was still feeling a little uneasy. He was worried that some lucky B, AS, T, A, R, D would acquire many demon hearts and maybe, just maybe he would be eliminated. If he took out all 165 demon hearts at once, then the Divine Martial Palace would get suspicious for sure. On his way with the wolf slave, Chen Xiang was feeling a bit annoyed. Now, he really hoped that he would encounter his fellow compet. 1. Tours, so that he could ask how many did they get. There wasn't much time left for the end of this round. Leaving the dark forest canyon, Chen Xiang wandered around the dark forest with the wolf slave. Suddenly, a blue flash of light flashed past his eyes. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Xiang reacted immediately as he stretched his hand out and grabbed a soft yet powerful hand. Lon Lon. Having caught the soft and tender fist, Chen Xiang was slightly taken by surprise. This punch was actually aimed at the wolf slave next to him. The wolf slave hurriedly hid behind Chen Xiang after being taken aback. Had Chen Xiang been just a bit slower, the wolf slave's head would have been smashed to a pulp by that jade-like fist. Humph, scoundrel, what are you up to? That's but an evil demon. Lon Lon pursed her lips, staring continuously at the wolf slave like she was looking at a prey, which scared the H-E-L-L out of the wolf slave. The wolf slave had been terrified of humans ever since he had seen Chen Xiang's strength. The scenes of the fight between Chen Xiang and Gong Sun Jie still lingered in his mind. Watching the cute and beautiful girl dressed in blue skirt suddenly appear, Chen Xiang relaxed secretly. He had been looking for his fellow compet. 1. Tours to ask how many demon hearts they had acquired. He didn't expect that Lon Lon would actually deliver herself to his doorsteps. "Ha ha, he is my slave now," said Chen Xiang with a laugh. "Give me a face and let him go." Lon Lon stuck her tongue out. Seeing the absolutely obedient look of wolf slave towards Chen Xiang, she also chose to believe it. She wasn't stupid and understood that taking an evil demon as a slave was a very good thing for Chen Xiang. She too had been wanting to take a slave one as well, but she couldn't, no matter how. "We are going to be leaving soon. How many demon hearts did you get?" asked Chen Xiang as a smile crept up on his lips. "I didn't get much. The evil demons are really meager in number. Furthermore, they are hiding pretty well. I could not find them. You tell me first. How many did you get?" Seeing Chen Xiang had taken an evil demon as a slave, she reckoned that Chen Xiang had obtained many for sure. Chun Xiang burst into laughter before he replied. 53, what about you? Lon Lon burst into tender shouts. What? 53? You smelly bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. How did you get so many? This one here only got 28. Lon Lon put on a pout, her cute little face filled with worry. She was worried that she would be ousted from this round, seeing that a guy like Chun Xiang could get 54 demon hearts. She was suddenly not that sure about the final rankings. Touching his nose, Chun Xiang said, smiling, I arranged a large array where the evil demons frequently appear and disappear, and then waited there after placing a thing that the evil demons like to eat inside. Ha ha! I don't need to tell you about what happened next. Lon Lon slammed her foot in jealousy. Humph! What a nasty trick. I also had the same idea. But I could not arrange an array, more importantly, neither did I know the place which is frequented by evil demons, nor did I know how to lure them. Chun Xiang burst into a laughter. This intelligent girl's thinking was indeed right on target. However, she just couldn't do the same. Now, do you realize how fearsome I am? I wonder how many did others get? Chun Xiang was still a bit worried about being eliminated. He had already arrived at this step, just for that fruit of fortune. If he still got eliminated, he would regret it for a long time. Seeing Chun Xiang, who had acquired 50-some demon hearts, still being worried, Lon Lon was sadder, even more so, for she only had 28. She could not wait to ruthlessly pinch Chun Xiang. He was still being worried, even after getting so many. This only made her even sadder. Scoundrel, I'm finished this time. I am the strongest woman in the blue blood family. If I am eliminated here, I would lose a lot of face. Squatting on the ground, Lon Lon started drawing circles. She was low in spirits. Strongest woman. The corner of Chun Xiang's eyes started twitching. The strongest girl. But I will definitely be the strongest woman in the blue blood family for sure. Lon Lon immediately corrected herself immediately after noticing Chun Xiang's suspicions. Chun Xiang suddenly discovered that this Lon Lon wasn't so bad. As thick-skinned and impetuous she might be, she had her principles. Furthermore, she even dared to go against the divine martial palace. Earlier, she had cautioned him of the Vajra Griffin and also helped him by testifying, Little Missy, I will tell you something, but you have to promise you're not going to disclose it. I can make sure that you pass this round. A mysterious smile appeared on Chun Xiang's lips. I promise you. Do you think I am a woman with loose lips? As confused as Lon Lon was feeling, she still chose to believe Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang slapped the wolf slave, making him unconscious before erasing a part of his memories, lest he revealed some things. Having arranged a silencing barrier, Chun Xiang said in a serious manner, To tell you the truth, I have 100 or so demon hearts with me. I can give you some, increasing the number of demon hearts in your hands. And once this round is over, we can meet at a secret location, and you can hand those demon hearts back to me. WH what? 100 or so. Lon Lon cleaned her small ears, thinking that there was something wrong with them, and she didn't hear it correctly. Chapter 430. The result of the COMPT. I.TONI. Chapter 430. The result of the COMPT. 1. Tellen. I. Chun Xiang gave some demon hearts to Lon Lon, increasing the number of demon hearts in her hand. This would also ward off divine martial palace's suspicion of him killing Wan Xian and Gong Sunjie. Even if they had, they would not be that suspicious. And in order to make Lon Lon believe, Chun Xiang also took out 100 or so demon heart, which consisted of his part as well the 60 demon hearts from Gong Sunjie, which amounted to 114. Seeing this many demon hearts, Lan Lin's watery eyes almost popped out. To make sure it was true, she caressed them a bit and felt the pure energy inside them. How did you get them? You killed 100 or so evil demons. Lon Lon was having a hard time believing it. Chun Xiang nodded in affirmation. That's right in front of the dark forest canyon. A very powerful evil demon brought a large group of subordinates with him. However, they were all killed by my array. While speaking, Chen Xiang once again took out the demon heart of the poisonous Scorpion King. Lan Lan immediately believed him as soon as he took it out. The strength of this demon heart should be close to Nirvana realm. Your array must have been quite fearsome. Lan Lan suddenly realized that Chen Xiang was very amazing. Surprisingly, he also knew how to arrange an array. Chen Xiang burst into laughter as he said, I have expended all my top-grade crystal stones to arrange that array. To tell you the truth, I just didn't want to let W, A, and Ji Quan's apprentice enter the finals. That's the only reason why I am helping you. Didn't you say that you wanted to spar with me? Maybe we can have an opportunity to fight. However, you have to keep it a secret. Chen Xiang didn't even bat an eye while spewing these lies. Not to mention, he also took out so many things to make Lan Lan believe. Lan Lan earnestly nodded. Thank you. You helped me a lot. Then how many are you going to give me? Chen Xiang secretly smiled in his heart as he replied, I will give you 50, counting your 28 demon hearts. You will have a total of 78, and I will also have 60 or so with me. Why are you keeping so little? What if you got eliminated? Lan Lin's eyes were filled with gratification as she looked at Chen Xiang. However, she was still a bit puzzled. Hey, I just want those guys of Divine Martial Palace to think that I am weaker than you, elaborated Chen Xiang. While speaking, Chen Xiang sorted out 50 demon hearts and gave them to Lan Lan. Whereupon, Lan Lan generously said, Thank you, scoundrel. If you need my help in the future, you can come to me despite anything. You are welcome. I am a very good guy. Earlier, I was just joking with you, no offense, said Chen Xiang with a mischievous smile. Lan Lan was but a freak in the blue blood family. He may not know how powerful she was, however, he was sure that one day she was going to be a very powerful woman in King's mainland. Wolf Slave woke up from his stupor only to see Chen Xiang smiling at him as he said, Wolf Slave, you will stay here. Maybe someday you can leave this place. Take this, you are now free. Having received a bag of 100 beasts Dan from Chen Xiang, the Wolf Slave felt extremely gratified. He hurriedly thanked Chen Xiang as he watched Chen Xiang and Lan Lan leave. Having followed Chen Xiang to the dark forest canyon and seeing the devastating aftermath, Lan Lan said in surprise, The dragon roar from earlier should have been you, right? How terrifying. However, I am not afraid of you. Chen Xiang pursed his lips as he said, I am also not afraid of you. If we really fought with each other, you better not go easy on me, or you will be defeated in one stroke. I am not going to show tenderness toward women. Lan Lan stuck her tongue out in response before she countered, smiling mischievously. But of course, I am also not going to soft-hearted. I want to be first, so as to prove that I am the strongest woman of blue blood family. A white whirlpool appeared in the sky at once as this round came to an end. At this instant, Chen Xiang saw many evil demons jumping up, flying towards the sky. However, they were sent back flying as they were struck by lightning released from the whirlpool. Chen Xiang and Lan Lan spread their wings and flew into the sky. Having stayed here for so many days, they had long been wanting to leave this place. It's really nice to see sunlight again. Having appeared at the stage on the summit of the mountain, Chen Xiang saw W, A, and Ji Quan once again. Surprisingly, W, A, and Ji Quan dared to come here after hiding for 10 days. Chen Xiang secretly smirked. W, A, and Ji Quan only came here because he wanted to see his apprentices enter the finals. Nothing more, nothing less. However, he didn't know that 2 of his apprentices had already been sent to H, L, L by Chen Xiang. The Partic, 1, P. Ants continued to appear one after another. However, there were only 10 Partic. 1, P. Ants remaining, that's all. Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming both knit their brows into a frown, seeing so few Partic. 1. Ants alive. The elders of divine martial palace also had a forlorn look on their faces, for several of their divine martial palace true disciples had still not come out. And Ji Quan was anxious even more so. 3 of his apprentices had still not come out. Chen Xiang had also not imagined that so many people would die inside. However, having experienced the fearsome might of poisonous Scorpion King, it was not that surprising at all. Had he not used the array, 10 of him may not have been able to defeat that poisonous Scorpion King. Furthermore, almost all the energy of the illusion array had been consumed when attacking the poisonous Scorpion King. No one would know what went on inside, no matter what. Even if somebody killed someone, no one was going to admit it as well, or else it would be no different than serving his head on a platter. Chen Xiang secretly reckoned that it was not only him who had killed and robbed the others. The 20 compet 1. Tours who went in were all very powerful. There were some who were not divine martial palace true disciples, but they were King's vain martial artists. Perhaps one of them had killed the other apprentice of and Ji Quan. 4 hours have already elapsed. If we don't close the entrance now, then it would be troublesome, said one of the elder as he patted and Ji Quan's shoulder. Who would have thought that and Ji Quan would actually lose 3 of his proud apprentices inside? And Ji Quan furiously glared at Chen Xiang and the other. He suspected that someone among these 10 partic 1. Ants had killed his apprentice. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The demon hearts he had given to his apprentices were all marked. If someone had killed and robbed his apprentices, and Ji Quan could be able to tell through those demon hearts. The downcasted and Ji Quan clenched his fists as he said, "Close the entrance. Let's start scoring them." "Lan, you go first, as you were first to enter," shouted an elder. Chen Xiang was secretly pleased as he was going to be the last. He remembered that the 5 who entered later than him hadn't come out. "I have acquired 78 demon hearts." Lanlin's words surprised the divine martial palace elders. The same was true for Gudong Chen, Wu Keiming, and the others. Lu Menger and Hua Shengyue also furrowed their brows. They had heard that the evil demons inside were not that easy to kill. It was quite possible that she had killed and robbed the others. Maybe that's why she had so many demon hearts. However, no one had ever imagined that such a cute little girl would actually be so ruthless. Nonetheless, it was indeed the fasted method to acquire a lot of demon hearts. Much to Chen Xiang's surprise, Lan actually remained calm as he took out 78 demon hearts, so as to let the people of divine martial palace inspect. Chen Xiang's palms were sweating. If divine martial palace identified that those demon hearts belonged to Gong Sunjie, then Lan would be in big trouble. Of course, divine martial palace didn't dare to say anything to Lan. After all, she hadn't broken any rules. At most, and Ji Quan would act hostile towards her. That's all. Having inspected her demon hearts, several elders and and Ji Quan shook their head as they did not recognize those demon hearts. Apparently, these demon hearts were not robbed from and Ji Quan's apprentices. However, they were still confused as to how Lan acquired so many demon hearts. "How did you get them?" an elder asked. "How did you get them?" an elder asked. "I got them by killing evil demons. I knew of one place which was frequented by evil demons and waited for them there. I killed every evil demon that came there. However, it was somewhat risky as I have almost died a few times there," explained Lan, her face filled with trepidation. Looking at this little girl lying through her teeth without so much as blinking her eyes, Chen Xiang's heart secretly palpitated. He realized Lan wasn't a vegetarian. "Where is it?" and Ji Quan continued asking. "There's a place called Spirit River. It's a river full of spirit chi." I got this information from an evil demon, stated Lan. It was what Chun Xiang had told her. He didn't expect that she would have to use it so soon. Chun Xiang felt that he was so stupid for treating Lan as a naive girl earlier. W.A.N. Ji Quan returned the demon hearts to Lan, nodding. He and those elders indeed knew of that spirit river. They had also caught many evil demons there. Next was W.A.N. Ji Quan's eldest apprentice, Sun Xueren. There wasn't an iota of expression on his face, like a dead man, cold and a man of few words. He didn't look around, and his gait was also very stiff. However, the clothes he wore were the most magnificent of all W.A.N. Ji Quan's apprentices. There were many sparkling rings on his fingers as well. Sun Xueren 80, shouted W.A.N. Ji Quan. As it was his own apprentice, he and those elders just casually glanced 1 or 2 times, giving him a perfunctory check. Seeing this, Lan and Chun Xiang secretly came to despise them. The same was true for Gu Dongqin and the other, those powerhouses on the sidelines. All of them could see that some kind of backhand dealing was going on. The next one had 43. Such a number also gave Chun Xiang a fright. Fortunately, he had foresight. Also, he was surprised by their strength. Surprisingly, they could obtain so many. Lan was also feeling the same. On her own, Lan was only able to get 28. Had it not been for Chun Xiang giving her so many, maybe she would have ended up last. 50, 48, 45, 52. All of them had 40 or 50, which gave Chun Xiang and Lan palpitations, as earlier, Chun Xiang was only planning to hand over 50 some demon heart, and Lan went a little further, just 28. Meanwhile, all these people were interrogated as to how they acquired so many demon hearts. Mo Tian 83, an elder shouted, shocked. A solemn look also appeared on W.A.N. Ji Quan's face. There was still someone else who was able to acquire so many. Maybe he had killed W.A.N. Ji Quan's apprentice. W.A.N. Ji Quan and those elders carefully inspected those demon hearts. Soon, those elders and W.A.N. Ji Quan's countenance changed. Although they looked calm on the surface, W.A.N. Ji Quan's eyes flickered with an undisguised fury. These demon hearts has your mark, right? Before your apprentices went in, you gave them 50 demon hearts to each. That's right, I had killed your apprentice. I had no choice because he wanted to kill me. I did what a normal person would have done in my shoes, said Mo Tian dismissively. Mo Tian was far from being handsome. But at this moment, Chun Xiang felt admiration towards him. Mo Tian had actually admitted it, not to mention the fact that he had given a loud slap on Divine Marshal Palace's face. You, W.A.N. Ji Quan was so infuriated that he was unable to utter anything. However, how could he dignify with a response, as he sure had helped his apprentices in cheating, which had already been noticed by the powerhouses standing nearby. According to Elderding, it was permissible to have a conflict inside. I indeed killed your third apprentice and got 50 demon hearts from him. They can also be counted as mine. If you want to deal with me in accordance with violations, I will still admit it, continued Amotan, who was not the slightest bit afraid of W.A.N. Ji Quan. Chun Xiang reckoned that someone very powerful was surely backing up this Amotan. Humph. Suppressing the anger in his heart, W.A.N. Ji Quan returned the demon heart back to Mo Tian. It was quite evident that he had scruples about the man backing Mo Tian. Now it was Chun Xiang's turn. He was also at the center of attention. Chun Xiang only took out 60 demon hearts in order to be inconspicuous. This amount was just enough to put him in the 4th place, just behind Lan. After W.A.N. Ji Quan and the others had completed their inspection, they still didn't find their marks on them, which fairly astounded W.A.N. Ji Quan and the others. Mo Tian too knit his brows into a frown, puzzled. He thought that Chun Xiang would have attacked W. A. and G. Quan's apprentices. He had been able to get 60 demon hearts with his own strength. This was quite fearsome. "How did you obtain them?" asked Elder Ding. "Why are you questioning only me when I have obtained just 60, while Divine Martial Palace Lord's elder apprentice had obtained 80? Why didn't you question him? Don't you think you are rather shameless? You are openly cheating. In order to make sure that the Divine Martial Palace Lords for apprentices take the top 4, you have given them a lot of demon hearts when they went in. And now that the 3 of them have died, you want to check and see who killed them. Am I right? Anyone can see it, as long as there is nothing wrong with their brain," said Chen Xiang in a questioning manner. "Chen Xiang, watch what you are saying. You must have evidence to back you up," said W. A. N. G. Quan coldly. As long as there was any evidence, the Divine Martial Palace could act all shameless as much as they want. Shaking his head, Chen Xiang said, "I indeed got no evidence." "How did you get 60 demon hearts? Tell us in detail. It will help my Divine Martial Palace to understand how those evil demons move." "We sent you in for compet 1, tie-in as well as for an investigation," W.A. and G. Quan asked back. Since there was no evidence, he had no qualms, which made other powerhouses secretly curse at his shamelessness. "I arranged an illusion array and lured the evil demons with a large number of 100 beasts Dan," stated Chen Xiang dismissively. "Where did you arrange the illusion array?" W. A. N. Ji Quan was extremely suspicious. Although he didn't find anything wrong with those demon hearts, he still had suspicions that Chen Xiang killed his apprentice because the demon hearts of his other apprentices had still not surfaced. "It was a canyon full of black trees," replied Chen Xiang. "Oh, it's called Dark Forest Canyon. It's the only way through which you can get to the Spirit River. If you intercepting them there, it is impossible for Lon Lon to get 78 demon hearts." "You are lying," said W. A. N. Ji Quan with a cold smile on his lips. Lon Lon was taken aback, for Chen Xiang had spoken the truth. She secretly cursed Chen Xiang for his stupidity. He was actually contradicting her lies. Other powerhouses also secretly wondered. If Chen Xiang had killed one of W. A. N. Ji Quan's apprentice, it would really gladden everyone's heart. Chen Xiang shook his head as he heaved a sigh. "It took me many days to arrange the illusion array. While I was arranging it, I sure did saw many evil demons sing by, but I didn't take any action. Furthermore, my illusion array has limited energy. It could only be used for a very short period of time. I was only able to complete it 2 days ago." Just when the compet 1 tie-in was about to end, a very powerful evil demon with 50 or so subordinates entered the illusion array. At that time, I activated the illusion array, trapping those guys before killing them one by one. However, the leader of the evil demons was exceptionally strong. Even after all its energy was expended, my illusion array was only able to seriously injure it. Finally, I had to fight with that guy. During our fight, the canyon was destroyed. If you don't believe me, you can go and check it out. At this time, Lon Lon said, when the rounds were just about to end, I indeed felt a lot of movements. There were dragon roars. The ground was shaking. It seems that it was caused by this guy. Mo Tian and the others also stepped up to testify, one after another. Even Wang Quan's eldest apprentice nodded and said, "He is speaking the truth." When the round was just about to end, there had been big activities. I think the entire mysterious realm should know of it. Mo Tian and the others also stepped up to testify, one after another. Even Wang Quan's eldest apprentice nodded and said, "He is speaking the truth." When the round was just about to end, there had been big activities. I think the entire mysterious realm should know of it. Why don't I see that demon heart? If it's an extremely powerful evil demon, its demon heart will also be different. Wang Quan was still a bit skeptical. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh and took out that poisonous Scorpion King's demon heart. Many people were immediately fascinated by its dazzling green glow. In particular, that pure and vast energy. Even those Nirvana realm martial artists were enticed by it. This sure was a treasure. It was quite normal for Chen Xiang to intentionally hide it. Seeing this demon heart, Ji Quan couldn't utter a thing. Everyone had a new understanding of Chen Xiang's abilities. Chen Xiang surprisingly knew how to arrange such a powerful illusion array that could entrap so many evil demons at once. Chen Xiang was in no way stupid. If he let Ji Quan knew that he had killed Ji Quan's two treasured apprentices, maybe Ji Quan would not let him partake. 1. P. ate in the finals with ease. In order to ensure that he could take the fruit of fortune without anything going wrong, he could not infuriate Ji Quan. Looking at this demon heart, the evil demon was extremely powerful, and such a powerful evil demon is actually inside. It's quite possible that your apprentices had encountered this kind of evil demon. It's quite normal for them being unable to escape. Why are suspecting that they have been killed by someone? Surely you don't think your treasured apprentice are sufficiently strong to deal with an evil demon whose strength is close to a Nirvana realm expert? Ridiculed Lian Yingxiao. Humph! Why did you not tell us that it was such a dangerous place? If this brat got killed inside, that old madman would throw all caution to the wind and come looking for you to settle the debt, said Gu Dongqin, harumphing coldly. Actually, the most surprised was Lu Menger. She had a good understanding of Chen Xiang. He was a complete ignoramus when it came to arrays, but he was able to arrange an illusion array that was so powerful that it was actually able to entrap an evil demon that was not too far away from entering Nirvana realm. Sun Xueren, Mo Tian Lanlan, and Chen Xiang, you will enter the finals. Sun Xueren will fight with Mo Tian. Lanlan will fight with Chen Xiang. The winner of 2 group will enter the finals. The semi-finals will start after 3 days. Having finished speaking, Ji Quan flew away. He was in an extremely bad mood. All of Ji Quan's smug calculations had been smashed, and too miserably at that. 3 of his treasured apprentices had been killed, all of whom were very outstanding king's vain martial artists. One of them even had fire spirit. He had boundless prospects, but he had used all his good luck up and died inside. After everyone was done, Chen Xiang left following Gu Dongqin and the others. Others who were at the summit also left flying. What Chen Xiang found funny was that he was truly going to be fighting with Lan Lan, that little girl. He was also feeling a little pressure. Lan Lan was hell-bent on knocking Chen Xiang down. Furthermore, both had good relations. Had Chen Xiang not helped her, she would have ended up at the bottom. Chen Xiang could also not understand why Lan Lan could only get so few while the others were able to get 40 or 50. The fights were going to be held in a huge square inside the Divine Martial Palace. The stage had already been there from way back. At that time, many people would come to watch, as it was the compet. 1. Tie-in between extreme state martial artists, moreover, between younger generation, all of whom were famous figures. Lan Lan had no small reputation in the king's mainland because she was from that mysterious and powerful blue blood family. She was strong as well as cute. Many people were paying attention to her. Mo Tian, he was shrouded in a veil of mystery. No one knew where he came from. All they knew was that he was extremely powerful and had been challenging all the famous younger generation experts of the king's mainland. He himself was a powerful king's vain martial artist. Sun Xueren didn't need any introduction. He was Ji Quan's eldest apprentice. Rumor had it that he was a bloodthirsty killer and had a strange character. No one in the Divine Martial Palace could get along with him. Chen Xiang was quite a famous figure in the mortal world, especially the fact that he had made fun of Tyke. An S of many mainlands just recently. Furthermore, he was the champion of King's Mainland Alchemy tournament where he had demonstrated his Trias alchemy technique. He himself was very strong and also an apprentice of that old madman Huang Jintian, allowing him to cultivate in Tai Chi, subduing dragon exercise, so on and so forth. Therefore, this last round was worth watching, for all four were equal in strength as well as in fame. If they clashed with each other, what would be the result? Everyone was filled with antic. 1. P. Asian. King's Martial Arts A.S. Assembly was sponsored by the Divine Martial Place. As the organizers, they had even taken out the fruit of fortune as a reward. At first, W.A. and Ji Quan's plan was let his own apprentice compete. But who would have thought that they would actually die? This matter had also turned into a joke and spread far and wide in the king's mainland. Young martial uncle, you are really formidable. You actually know how to arrange arrays, said Gu Dongchen with a smile, looking at Qin Xiang gobbling up the sumptuous dishes on the table like wolves and tigers. There was a skeptical look in his eyes when looking at Qin Xiang. Wu Keiming was also skeptical about it. Qin Xiang's time was invested in cultivation as well as in alchemy. Where would he have the time to learn arranging arrays? Although Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming didn't know how to forge weapons or refine dawn, they were well versed in arrays. Otherwise, they would have lived in vain, because arranging the arrays was not as complex as forging weapons or refining dawn. As long as one spent a bit of time and effort in it, familiarized themselves with the spirit patterns, and also exchanged pointers a bit, everyone could learn it. How about we make a bet? If I can arrange it, each of you will give me 1 billion crystal stones, okay? Proposed Qin Xiang mischievously. Gu Dongchen and Wu Keiming didn't dignify it with a response. They knew that Qin Xiang would not bet unless he was sure of his win. Tell us the truth. Did you kill W. A. and Ji Quan's other 2 treasured apprentices? Gu Dongchen was extremely curious regarding this. Of course not. Qin Xiang said, smiling, if I had killed them, I would also act like Mo Tian did and anger that W. A. and Ji Quan. Unfortunately, I didn't have the luck to encounter his apprentices. Qin Xiang was too lazy to tell them the truth. Until he had obtained the fruit of fortune, he absolutely could not divulge this matter. You have so many demon hearts. How are you planning on using them? How about you give them to us to lay out arrays? We have only heard of this kind of things, but never got to see. We never got any demon heart by killing those guys in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. All of them were a bunch of ants, said Gu Dongchen with a smile. Even among brothers' accounts should be settled without ambiguity. 100 million for each. After all, I got them by putting my life on the line. If even a single crystal stone is missing, I will not sell. After Qin Xiang got to know of the fearsome part of arrays, he realized the specialty of these demon hearts. They were a lot better than top-grade crystal stones when they were used to arrange the arrays. Having eaten full, Qin Xiang returned to his room to rest. After spending so many days in the mysterious realm, he was really tired. He wanted to maintain his peak state in order to partake. 1. P. 8 in the final round. As long as he could get the fruit of fortune. By Yu, that frosty and aloof beauty would give him a kiss. So would Su Meiyao. This was the strongest motivation for him to get the fruit of fortune. I don't know much about Lon Lon as well as the Blue Blood family. Little Bald only told me that they are all very powerful kings, vain martial artists. As for their ability, he is not sure as well, said Qin Xiang as frown crept up on his brows. During the fight, Qin Xiang could neither use any weapon nor could he employ those devil techniques. Most of his strength was somewhat restricted, whereas his opponents were all unfathomable figures. During the fight, Qin Xiang could neither use any weapon nor could he employ those devil techniques. Most of his strength was somewhat restricted, whereas his opponents were all unfathomable figures. 2 days before the semifinals began, people from many other mainlands arrived at the king's mainland through the teleportation arrays to watch the finals of this martial arts assembly. Since the establishment of teleportation arrays, there have been frequent exchanges between various mainlands. This was a very good thing for the whole mortal martial world. At this time, various mainlands were bound by a common enemy because they detested the king's mainland for its conduct. Earlier, when their disciples came to compete, they were all sent back, seriously injured. Apart from the Partik, 1 P ants from King's mainland, only Qin Xiang was able to enter the finals. He was the only outsider who was able to do it. Therefore, many people from other mainlands came to support him. They were even willing to pay exorbitant fees for teleportation in order to support Qin Xiang. "Young martial uncle, someone is here to see you," said Gudongqin, knocking on the door. After Qin Xiang opened the door, Gudongqin suppressed his voice and said, "The one who came to see you is Mo Tian. You have to be careful. We are not clear of his antecedents." Qin Xiang nodded and arrived at the hall. Ordinary as Mo Tian looked, his strength was no doubt extraordinary. Him killing W. and Ji Quan's apprentice and still dare to rub it in on W. and Ji Quan's face clearly indicated that he had a very rich and powerful background. Seeing Qin Xiang arrive, Mo Tian slightly smiled. "You don't have to introduce yourself. I only came here to tell you something." A puzzled look covered Qin Xiang's entire face. "Please say." The smile on Mo Tian's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a worried look as he said, "Qin Xiang, to tell you the truth, in a right situation, I cannot defeat Sun Xueren. As the eldest apprentice of W. A. and Ji Quan, he is extremely strong. I had a little run-in with him in the mysterious realm." Qin Xiang was taken aback. He didn't expect Mo Tian would come here to tell him this. There are 3 strongest forces in the king's mainland: Blue Blood family, Wu clan, and the Divine Martial Palace, of which Divine Martial Palace is known to many, but Blue Blood family and Wu clan are very inconspicuous. Qin Xiang nodded in agreement. He had been informed of all this by Wu Kaming earlier. Mo Tian said, lowering his voice, "Lan Lan is from Blue Blood family, and I am sent by the Wu clan. The winner of King's Martial Arts A.S. Semli will get 1 more reward besides the Divine Martial Palace's Fruit of Fortune. I am not sure what this reward is, but my patriarch told me that this reward could make even the Nirvana realm martial artists go crazy. Therefore, in order to win, the Divine Martial Palace is willing to do anything, because they are the organizers." Surprisingly, Mo Tian came from Wu clan. Earlier, Qin Xiang felt it strange as to why Wu clan hadn't sent anyone. He never thought this Mo Tian would be hiding so deeply, even in day-to-day life. Even Wu Kaming wasn't aware of his real identity. "One Tai, my mother is from Wu clan, but I am not a lineal descendant of Wu clan. However, I do have Wu clan's blood flowing in me. You don't need to be surprised by this. All the finalists should know about King's Martial Arts A.S. Semli's secret. That's why I came to tell you this." Qin Xiang asked, "Why are you so unconfident about yourself?" Mo Tian shook his head as he pursed his lips into a smile. Sun Xueren is in the intermediate stage of spirit martial realm. More importantly, he had also fused a very powerful martial soul with his arm. After having fused with that martial soul, he can transform his arm into a powerful weapon. Apparently, there were 2 kinds of martial souls. One was something you cultivate out by yourself, and another one was fusion type. As for its mystery, Qin Xiang hadn't experienced it and hence knew nothing about it clearly. When competing, it's a life and death battle. At that time, I will persist for some time so that you can see his martial soul's form. Last time, before he could use it, I fled. Otherwise, I won't be standing here and talking to you." Mo Tian was very much afraid of doing nothing in regards to that martial soul. Qin Xiang asked, confused, "Why do you want to do this?" Mo Tian smiled and said, "Because I think you are nice, you can actually kill W. A. and Ji Quan's 2 apprentices. If I'm not mistaken, you must have given a large part of demon hearts to that Blue Blood family Missy. This girl is also very strong, however. She doesn't have any patience. Looking for evil demons is not her strong point." Qin Xiang didn't admit, he just smiled. "At present, I still don't know if I can win against that blue blood family missy. Emotion spread his hands in response. It depends on you. I just hope that after you have gotten the mysterious rewards, you can tell me what it is. I am very curious. This is not a problem. There was a slight smile on Chen Xiang's face, but he was feeling a heaviness weighing down on him because Sun Xueren was far stronger than he had imagined. Originally, he used to think that Sun Xueren was just as strong as Wan Xian and Gong Sunjie, but it was nothing of that sort. After Qin Xiang sent off Mo Tian, Wu Keiming and Gong Sunjie appeared in Qin Xiang's room. "Did you hear everything?" asked Qin Xiang, shrugging his shoulders. "Of course. I never thought this kid would actually be from the Wu clan. Even I wasn't aware of it. Although I didn't confirm it, I believe him," replied Wu Keiming. Gu Dongchen nodded and said that's right. Seeing W.A. and Ji Quan having no scruples about anything, I knew that there was something special about this king's martial arts A.S. Semli. I am really curious about that last reward. Although the king's martial arts A.S. Semli is organized by the Divine Martial Palace, it's a grand meet of entire king's mainland. As for what that mysterious reward is, I can't think of anything, said Wu Keiming. He had not returned to the Wu clan for some time. As such, he could be considered as someone who had cut ties with the Wu clan. So, if he returned, he would surely become the target of much criticism. Maybe that old madman knows, but we can't return at this point. We will think about it after you have defeated that little girl, said Gu Dongchen. In the blink of an eye, 2 days said by. Qin Xiang and Lan Lan were first to fight. The Divine Martial Palace's square was already jam-packed. Because the square was inside the Divine Martial Palace, anyone who wants to enter had to pay an entry fee, allowing the Divine Martial Palace to make a fortune. That little rascal is going up. I really have not expected his opponent to be a cute little beauty. Maybe he would not be able to attack her, said Huan Xianyue as she broke into a melodious laughter. That's unlikely. His final target is that fruit of fortune. Lu Menger had a pretty good understanding of Qin Xiang. After Lan Lan went up the stage, a group of people among the audience were secretly depressed on behalf of Qin Xiang. Facing such a cute little girl, it sure would be awkward when it was time to exchanging blows. Qin Xiang, don't blame me. I must win, stated Lan Lan seriously. If you lost, will you hate me? Asked Qin Xiang. If I lost, there would be nothing to discuss, nor would there be anything to hate. I can only say that I am not good as you, and it's just a matter of course, replied Lan Lan. Qin Xiang considered Lan Lan as one of his friends, and the same was true for Lan Lan. It sure was rare to have a good hearty fight with a friend. In order to have no regrets later, Qin Xiang and Lan Lan had decided to not go easy on each other during the fight just because they were friends, because they believed that it would be an insult to their friends. H.I.P. Qin Xiang doesn't know much Lan Lan abilities, and he only knows that she's quite agile and proficient in hiding. Qin Xiang doesn't know much Lan Lan abilities, and he only knows that she's quite agile and proficient in hiding. W.A. and Ji Quan looks forward to Qin Xiang and Lan Lan fight, ending with both of them heavily wounded, so that his eldest disciple can have a higher chance of attaining victory and getting that mysterious reward. Starts! W.A. and Ji Quan shouted. The instant he announced the start of the fight, the audience sensed an extremely strange energy fluctuation. The body of Lan Lan emitted a strange blue light before suddenly vanish. H.I.+ing. Stealth? It seems like this is a special innate talent of those from the blue blood family, but every person of them has a different innate talent. Wu Keiming said astonished. There is only Qin Xiang in the stage, facing such situation. Qin Xiang can't help sweating a bit, because he cannot sense the presence Lan Lan at all, and even Long Xue cannot sense her, as if Lan Lan suddenly went far away from the stage. Even W.A. and Ji Quan and the Divine Martial Palace's elders are extremely surprised from this. They are sure that Lan Lan didn't leave the stage. The stage is covered with all kinds of arrays, and they can immediately know from them if she left the stage. Schwerin, this is the blue blood family innate talent ability. Can you deal with it? W-A-N. Ji-Quan asked in a low voice. The man, which as thin as a corpse which standing behind him, coldly said, I can. Suddenly, Qin Xiang heard Lon Lon mischievous laughing. Before experiencing an extremely scalding pain from his back, the impact from the attack he received made his body fly away. Qin Xiang hastily tried recovering his balance and forced himself to fall to the ground. If he let himself fly away from the stage, then he will lose the qualification of continuing on. I didn't sense her presence, even when she was attacking you. That little girl is capable of perfectly hiding her presence. Long Shui gloomily said. This is the first time she encountered such situation. Qin Xiang is quickly running back and forth on the stage. He's tried to stall for time until he finds a way to deal with her stealth ability. However, he didn't run around for long before his cheek received a strong punch from her. The energy contained in her fist is in fire, but it still let him feel an unbearable, scalding pain. A red mark appeared in Qin Xiang. His fleshly body is extremely valiant, but even so, she still left a mark in me. From this point, it can be seen how terrifying was Lon Lon attack. Many Nirvana realm expert put themselves in Qin Xiang's shoes and thought how can they deal with such situation. If they faced an enemy proficient in stealth, and they can't help but feel a chill down their back when they imagine the outcome. A person with an innate talent such as Lon Lon can definitely become a top-notch assassin. Lon Lon's strength is only in the spirit martial realm, but even Nirvana realm martial artists can't sense her presence. And from this point, it can be seen how terrifying is her innate talent. You should try using heart-penetrating devil eye. Don't release its devil light and simply condense it in your pupils. Use this way to pinpoint her heart position. Bai Yu said, while using heart-penetrating devil eye, he can fuse his divine sense with his true qi, and through a mysterious way, he can condense his strength in his eyes. This will permit him to see his opponent heart and heavily injure him by piercing through his heart with its terrifying devil light. Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger are watching this fight from a pavilion. This pavilion is the place which the divine martial palace provided for some expert to observe the matches. Lu Menger took a look at Hua Xiangyue and saw her shaking her head. I can't sense her position. It will be extremely difficult for that little rascal to win this match. Qin Xiang received another attack from her. Lon Lon is using her extreme speed to attack Qin Xiang from all directions by punching and kicking him. Little sister Lon, you are truly ruthless, said Qin Xiang while wiping off the bloodstain into the corners of his mouth. I'm older than you, so you should address me as Big Sister Lon. Lon Lon cutely snorted and said before continuing crazily attacking Qin Xiang. What is the most terrifying about her is that while her attacks are extremely powerful, they don't leave any fluctuation or traces. 3. If an invisible person attacked you with an extremely powerful technique, you would definitely end up heavily injured, if not dead. Qin Xiang depended upon his black tortoise Luotian cover to preserve this long, and it's already amazing that he still wasn't kicked out of the stage. After using a period of time to adapt to it, Qin Xiang already can condense the heart-penetrating devil light in his eyes. Other peoples can only see that his eyes turned blood red. His eyes are currently like a ruby, and they seem extremely scary. Almost all people jumped from fright after seeing Qin Xiang devil like blood-red eyes. But although his eyes seems extremely evil, they didn't disperse any aura at all. Qin Xiang saw a fresh heart moving all around before him, and according to this heart position, he's able to imagine Lon Lon figure in his mind. She's truly agile. Qin Xiang saw that heart rust. Plussing over to him, so he quickly tried to dodge it, but in the end his face still suffered another punch. Lon Lon was startled a bit because Qin Xiang had tried to evade her attack. I can see you. Qin Xiang laughed and said, and immediately after the stage started trembling. And while glow appeared above Qin Xiang's fists, it's the famous and terrifying Dragon Force. Qin Xiang immediately used his strongest strength, and from this point, it can be seen how important is this compet. 1. Tie into him. He saw that heart Russ. Plussing over him. But this time he's already ready, he shouted in a low voice, and several thick water vines emerged from the ground and quickly twined around Lon Lon. Lon Lon thought that Qin Xiang was only bluffing, so she was extremely surprised when she discovered those vines trying to bind her, and although she knows why Qin Xiang's eyes turned blood red, but she didn't expect that he can this accurately pinpoint her position. The audience took a look at the place where the water vines emerged, and after they saw an empty PAC inside, they knew that Qin Xiang had caught Lon Lon. A blue glow emerged in the water vine's middle, and after its appearance, the water vines started gradually inflating, and it seems as if they will soonly explode. However, the time which Qin Xiang need to prepare isn't long. He only need a short while to release his strongest power and attack his enemy. Lon Lon, which is trying to get rid of the water vines, suddenly sensed a light breeze Russ. Plussing over her, and she can't help quietly cursing after sensing it, because Qin Xiang's fists, which contain his terrifying dragon force, are already Russ. Plussing toward her. Qin Xiang can pinpoint her head position according to her heart position. His fists accurately bombarded Lon Lon's forehead, and in several instances he already punched her hundreds times. The audience can only hear the unceasing cry of pain of Lon Lon, and they truly feel pity for her. A light blue glow suddenly appeared before Lon Lon's stealth skill ended. Her small face is already swollen red, and many spots of it already become green. Her cute big eyes are glittering with tears. Her pitiful and miserable appearance let the audience can't help quietly cursing the cruel and merciless Qin Xiang. Bastard! Lon Lon shouted, and suddenly after, the water vines tying dispersed into water mist. She used her jade-white fist to comfort Qin Xiang's fists. Their confrontation gives rise to a strong explosion, and their chi fluctuation even broke through the array and rushed to the sky and cut the thick layers of cloud in half. Qin Xiang was shaken back by her mystical strength, but Lon Lon didn't fare better than him. Her mouth is filled with blood, and she just spouted a mouthful of blood, and now she's kneeling at the edge of the stage. Rubbing his fist, Qin Xiang swiftly walked towards Lon Lon. Only now did he realize that Lan Lin's attack and defense would be halved under her invisibility state. Having stopped the Qin Xiang's crazed attack filled with dragon force, Lon Lon had suffered no small injuries. Rubbing his fist, Qin Xiang swiftly walked towards Lon Lon. Only now did he realize that Lan Lin's attack and defense would be halved under her invisibility state. Having stopped the Qin Xiang's crazed attack filled with dragon force, Lon Lon had suffered no small injuries, not to mention dragon force. Even if Qin Xiang had utilized just universe true chi to attack, it would still be terribly powerful. Just that last punch of Lon Lon may have injured Qin Xiang. But her own injuries were even more serious because her punch was very powerful. However, half the power of her punch was returned with the countershock from Qin Xiang's dragon force, doubling the attack on her. At this moment, she secretly regretted using her invisibility talent. Had she gone head-to-head with Qin Xiang, she might have a greater chance of winning. Of course, had it not for Qin Xiang been able to see her heart, Qin Xiang himself didn't know how miserable he would have been oppressed by her. Lon Lon was in no way weak. It was just that she had underestimated Qin Xiang. She had never thought Qin Xiang would be able to see through her invisibility technique. Lon Lon raised her head with difficulty. On her black and blue face, a resentful look was quite evident. She nibbled her lips, as she had no choice but to watch the oncoming Qin Xiang. "Junior sister Lon, I'm sorry." Qin Xiang broke into a laughter as he waved a palm towards the lying Lon Lon, bursting forth with a sudden gust of wind that blew towards the powerless Lon Lon and blew her down the arena. The throwing off Lon Lon marked Qin Xiang's win, and Qin Xiang's sudden reversal also came as a surprise to the onlookers. When everyone was still terrified by that invisibility technique of Lan Lin's, Qin Xiang had broken Lan Lin's innate ability and subsequently defeated her. Be that as it may, everyone was still inexplicably terrified of Lan Lan because only Qin Xiang was able to deal with her invisibility technique. A vast majority of the audience couldn't. Even those Nirvana realm martial artists couldn't. At this time, they recalled that red-eyed ability of Qin Xiang. Evidently, Qin Xiang was able to see Lan Lan after he had employed that technique. After an elder announced Qin Xiang as the winner, it was Mo Tian and Sun Xueren turn to fight. Whoever won in this match would face Qin Xiang in the finals. Therefore, everyone also wanted to see how powerful they were. Carrying Lan Lan in his arms, Qin Xiang arrived at the pavilion where Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming was in and fed a small piece of HELL spirit GRA to her. At the same time, he applied a concoction refined from some HELL spirit GRA S on her face so that she could recover quickly. Humph, I'm giving them back to you. Lan Lan handed a storage pouch to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang didn't need to look to know that there were demon hearts inside. They truly trusted each other, and as such, saw each other as their best friends. Taking the demon hearts, Qin Xiang laughed and said, "Junior sister Lan, do you hate me?" Lan Lan let out a harumph before speaking. "I lost to you not because I was not as strong as you, but because I didn't consider that you can see through my invisibility technique. Quickly take care of your injuries as well. You are also injured." Qin Xiang smiled before swallowing a few white jade dawn. He was cultivating suppressing devil golden body, and his own body was also in the 13th level of immortal and devil body. His recovery speed was very fast. Eating a few white jade dawn would cure him easily. Lan Lan was in no mood to watch the match anymore and left the divine martial palace, for she had lost pretty miserably and remained unconvinced at that. However, she did promise Qin Xiang that she would come to watch the finals. At this instance, W.A.N. Ji Quan's eldest apprentice, Sun Xueren, stepped onto the stage, and as luxurious clothes he might be wearing, he looked no different than a very luxuriously dressed-up corpse. His pale and stiff face, along with his ice-cold gaze, terrified the onlookers. Qin Xiang suspected that Sun Xueren was definitely cultivating a certain kind of martial exercise that turned him into this. Mo Tian also walked up to the stage. Many people didn't know Mo Tian's Tai, but Qin Xiang knew he was from Wu Clan, and since he could arrive at this step, his strength was extraordinary for sure. He was someone who had killed one of W.A.N. Ji Quan's apprentice, and still dared to show it off in front of W.A.N. Ji Quan. This was all because he had Wu Clan standing behind him. What on earth Sun Xueren's martial soul is? Wu Keiming's curiosity was also piqued. He had a pretty good idea about Wu Clan disciples, and someone who could force Mo Tian to admit that he didn't have a bit chance of winning sure was extremely strong. Standing next to Gu Dongqin and the others, Qin Xiang watched closely. A martial artist could breed an innate martial soul in the extreme state soul martial realm, and then cultivate it to the extreme, and could get a very strong power through the martial soul or fuse the martial soul with the martial technique. An innate martial soul was also called natal martial soul and was bred out by the martial artist himself, whereas a fused martial soul was called acquired martial soul. The fire martial soul that Qin Xiang had previously sold was a kind of acquired martial soul. The acquired martial soul was also very fearsome. That kind of martial souls was as precious and as powerful as fire spirits. At this time, Qin Xiang, who was keeping an eye out on W.A.N. Ji Quan, noticed a ruthless look on W.A.N. Ji Quan's face. His fists also happened to be clenched tightly. At a glance, Qin Xiang was sure that W.A.N. Ji Quan had ordered Sun Xueren to kill Mo Tian. Having lost 3 of his apprentices, W.A.N. Ji Quan was only suppressing the grudge in his heart. Once he had the chance, he would take revenge for sure. Whereas Mo Tian had admitted killing his apprentice in front of a lot of people. Though he could not do anything whatsoever, As the Honorable Hall Lord of Divine Martial Palace, he felt constantly aggrieved. "Start!" shouted W.A.N.G. Quan coldly. From the start of the match, Emotion had always been standing at the edge of the arena. From just one glance, it was quite evident that he was ready to step down the arena and throw in the towel any time. Sun Xueren surely noticed Emotion's intentions. However, as W.A.N.G. Quan had asked him to kill Emotion, he could not allow Emotion to admit defeat. Emotion didn't attack. In fact, he didn't dare to approach Sun Xueren. Seeing this, the onlookers broke into boos. But Emotion didn't take it to his heart. He knew he couldn't defeat Sun Xueren. All he could do was let Qin Xiang finish everything. Humph! Sun Xueren lightly harumphed. However, listening to that harumph, everyone felt an inexplicable fear. Suddenly a S of black shadows appeared from underneath his feet before it started rotating at high speed. A strange scene suddenly appeared. Emotion, who was originally standing at the edge, was slowly being pulled towards Emotion with the rotation of the black shadows underneath Sun Xueren's feet. And no matter how Emotion retreated, no matter how he jumped back, it was all for naught. He was being pulled by Sun Xueren bit by bit. "Go to H-E-L!" shouted Sun Xueren in a rigid voice as he stretched his left hand out. Whereupon black qi, filled with death and why stench, immediately gushed out of his arm. When the spectators around the arena sensed it, they felt as if they were about to die. The black qi dispersed with a shake of Sun Xueren's left arm. But the next scene caused the onlooker's scalp to tingle. Sun Xueren's left arm had transformed into bones, very thick bones as if they belonged to a giant beast. And his palm had also turned into a huge, powerful bone claw. The tips of the claw were extremely sharp, and a black, evil qi was plussing out from them. It appeared extremely terrifying. At this moment, everyone was petrified as they watched that terrifying giant skeleton clawrus. Plussing towards Emotion's head, holding their breaths. Qin Xiang's eyes were also open wide. His divine sense was extremely strong, and thus he could sense the fearsome power on that claw. This was the acquired martial soul that Sun Xueren had fused with his arm. Emotion had a little run-in with Sun Xueren in the evil demon mysterious realm, and at that time he had realized Sun Xueren's army was very frightening, and now he got to see its true form. Emotion had a little run-in with Sun Xueren in the evil demon mysterious realm, and at that time he had realized Sun Xueren's army was very frightening, and now he got to see its true form. The huge skeletal claw, which was also permeating death qi, was giving a diabolical feeling to everyone, but it was well matched with Sun Xueren's appearance. Emotion didn't dare to come in contact with that skeletal claw, because he had a premonition that if he touched that giant skeletal claw, he may die. At this moment, he felt like he was struggling at the edge of life and death. Seeing that giant skeletal clawrus, plussing over, Emotion let out a stern roar as a white aura broke out from his body, forming ASHI+ELD in front of his body. In response, Sun Xueren pursed his lips into a cold and stiff smile, but the claw continued on its path to Emotion. Although that white light SHI+ELD was blocking him when his claw touched the SHI+ELD, it wasn't subjected to any kind of obstruction whatsoever. With that black whirlpool underneath Sun Xueren's feet, hauling Emotion continuously, Emotion was simply unable to escape. He had never heard or seen this kind of strange move. Death whirl, this is but a kind of devil technique. I never thought W.A.N.G. Quan's apprentice would have actually fallen in devil path. However, in ancient times, many righteous path experts have learned devil techniques. In fact, this isn't prohibited at all, as long as you don't do anything that is against nature and reason. A serious look was evident on Wu Keiming's face. Emotion was his Wu clan disciple and had the same blood as him. and now he was facing danger. That skeletal claw's tips were already on Emotion's face, and just as they came in contact with his skin, a terrifying change took place on Emotion's face. He actually got older. Earlier, he was just a young man, but now he looked like a middle-aged man. Emotion was shocked and terrified before a violent burst of energy surged out from Emotion's body, followed by a loud explosion that gave rise a burst of gale and chi waves. A glaring white light flashed from the center of the arena, blinding everyone, making them unable to see what was going on. Meanwhile, a fierce shockwave along with continuous rumbles spread from the arena as if the entire square was about to collapse. Very soon, the white light disappeared as Sun Xueren, defending his head with that huge skeletal claw, came into everyone's view. Sun Xueren was slightly crouching. His hair was a mess, his clothes in shambles, and there was a bit of blood left at the corner of his lips. Emotion, on the other hand, was slowly crawling on the arena and had already arrived at its edge. And when Sun Xueren came to notice that Emotion had already crawled his way down the arena, Emotion wasn't dead. Yet Wu Keiming heaved a long sigh of regret. Although Emotion life can be saved, he is crippled. He had exploded his own dantian so that he could release a burst of energy. If at that time Sun Xueren didn't defend, he would have suffered serious injuries. This was but Ubbly's plussing his own cultivation, which needed a huge amount of courage. Qin Xiang and Wu Keiming had already rushed over to Emotion, after which Qin Xiang fed a piece of ELL spirit GRASS to Emotion. Currently, Emotion was still very much conscious. Emotion grabbed Qin Xiang's clothes and said in a faltering voice, "Brother Qin, did you see? You absolutely cannot let this fiend get the final reward, or else there will be no end of trouble in the future." Having finished this sentence, Emotion closed his eyes as he went unconscious. At this moment, he had become a lot older. His hair had turned gray. His vitality was also very weak. Apparently, Sun Xueren's skeletal claw could not only steal someone's lifespan, it could also absorb his or her vitality. Looking at that giant diabolical skeletal claw, the tyke. Oh, NS from other mainlands broke into a discussion, frowning. Using this kind of devil technique so openly made many people feel extremely disgusted. At this moment, Sun Xueren was like a devil from HEL in everyone's opinion. Standing in the arena, overlooking Qin Xiang with a high and mighty stance, Sun Xueren's eyes flickered with murderous intention. That giant skeletal claw of his had already reverted back to his arm. However, it was quite evident that the martial soul he had fused with was extremely evil and powerful. In just a short span of time, Emotion was defeated. Furthermore, he still had to blow his own dantian to save his own life. From now on, he was just a cripple, which for such a talented martial artist was a pretty big blow. Next was the final match between Qin Xiang and Sun Xueren. Many people could not help but worry about Qin Xiang, but at the same time, they hoped Qin Xiang could knock Sun Xueren out. That's a martial soul for sure, but I don't know its antecedents. Furthermore, Sun Xueren is also cultivating some devil techniques. Lu Menger's eyebrows twitched as she said. Hua Xiangyue was also feeling the same as her. Both were secretly worried about Qin Xiang. They had never seen such a terrifying attack. If Sun Xueren was a Nirvana realm expert, many people won't be able to sleep because many people noticed that the devil technique that Sun Xueren was cultivating very likely needed to absorb the others. Sun Xueren wins and advances to the final round. After 3 days, he will fight with Qin Xiang right here. It will also be the final fight of the King's Martial Arts Assembly, announced W.A.N. Ji Quan in a loud voice. He was extremely disappointed that Emotion wasn't dead. Watching Sun Xueren getting down from the arena, Qin Xiang clenched his fist. He gave a meaningful glance to Gu Dongqin before leaving with him, whereas Wu Keiming flew away, carrying Emotion in his arms. Everyone also left the divine martial palace, one by one. However, their minds were covered in a haze. In their mind, the scene of Sun Xueren using that giant, terrifying skeletal claw to absorb Mo Tian's life was being constantly played. Everyone felt a chill running down their spine whenever they recalled this scene. Devil. That's the name that everyone gave to Sun Xueren. Following Gu Dongqin, Chun Xiang returned to the extreme martial sect through the teleportation array. Chun Xiang wanted to go to the forbidden area inside the extreme martial mysterious realm and ask Huang Jintian about that martial soul of Sun Xueren. An, Ji Quan, and Huang Jintian were from the same era. Chun Xiang reckoned that Huang Jintian definitely knew something. He believed that An, Ji Quan must have given that martial soul to Sun Xueren, or else Sun Xueren would not be so obedient to An Ji Quan. I will head down, asking Gu Dongqin to wait for him here. Chun Xiang jumped inside the sinkhole. Seeing Chun Xiang arrive, a serious look appeared on Huang Jintian's face. He had realized something serious must have occurred. However, he still broke into that maniac laughter of his and said, Brat, what happened at the King's Martial Arts Assembly? Did you just lose and came here? That's too disappointing. Chun Xiang showed forbearance and said, Teacher, you are also looking down on me. I didn't lose, however. I have encountered some trouble and want your advice. There is still 3 days before the final round starts. The guy I am up against is extremely powerful and is also using some evil martial techniques. Touching his beard, Huang Jintian laughed and said, Hold on, first tell me about your experience of Partik. 1P, aiding in the King's Martial Arts Assembly. I want to know everything. I am bored to death here. Chun Xiang remained patient and carefully recounted his own experience of Partik. 1P, aiding in the King's Martial Arts Assembly. He also told Huang Jintian about him killing 2 of N. Ji Quan's apprentices. After listening to everything, Huang Jintian had a solemn look on his face. Chun Xiang asked a few times, but he still didn't get an answer. Furthermore, Huang Jintian's shriveled old fists were also clenched tightly. After a moment, Huang Jintian relaxed as he heaved a heavy sigh. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. That N. Ji Quan has really gone crazy. Chapter 437, Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Chapter 437. Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Chun Xiang had realized that Huang Jintian definitely knew something about that martial soul from Huang Jintian's expression. Teacher, how much do you know about that martial soul? Asked Chun Xiang. If he were to come to know about the weakness of that martial soul, there would be much less pressure on him. Having witnessed Sun Xueren's methods, Chun Xiang was also feeling a bit terrified. Mo Tian was just scratched by the tip of that claw, and he turned into a middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Chun Xiang felt his scalp tingle. That martial soul is called Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Although he just wanted to fuse with his arm, he would lose control to that Evil Skeleton Martial Soul as he gets stronger. That Evil Skeleton Martial Soul would spread to his entire body, turning him into a huge skeleton that will have nothing but evil consciousness, replied Huang Jintian as his face lined with frowns. I don't recommend you to fight with him. You better reconsider it. Chun Xiang pondered for a bit before continuing with his questions. Teacher, where did that evil skeleton martial soul come from? Huang Jintian heaved a long sigh. It's a relic from the last 3 realms' great battle 100,000 years ago. An expert of King's mainland had captured a devil, and he got that martial soul after killing it. I think that man should be the guy who founded the Divine Martial Palace. In the past, when An Ji Quan took it out to show it off, we advised him to destroy it, but who would have expected him to actually use it on his own apprentice? Forfeit? Chun Xiang was very reluctant to give up. Having arrived at this point, all that remained was the final battle, after which he could get the fruit of fortune. Teacher, I want to give it a try. I am cultivating suppressing devil divine exercise and have cultivated out suppressing devil golden body. I should be able to restrain that evil thing, said Qinxiang. Earlier, Huang Jintian had also thought of this. Eventually he nodded, agreeing. If you can restrain it, you better destroy that evil skeleton martial soul for good. You don't need to have scruples about killing W.A. and Ji Quan's eldest apprentice. However, you have to be careful about one thing. If you can't do it, you must try to escape. I think you should be able to do it. Qinxiang believed if he relied on the fusion with Long Xue's power, he should be able to break through Sun Xueren's death whirl. Teacher, do you know what that mysterious reward is? Asked Qinxiang, curious. It should be the permission to enter King's mysterious realm. As for what's inside, I am not sure. I once heard it from a Blue Bloods family old man. He was also the grandfather of that Lon Lon that you have spoken of. I didn't expect he is actually dead. He should have died while crossing tribulation. Huang Jintian heaved a sigh once again. King's mysterious realm? Qinxiang was a little taken aback. Not everyone can go inside. Even the tyke. Oh, and S of King's mainland can't go in. Therefore, it is very mysterious. If you can get in, hey, that would be tantamount to a slap in Divine Martial Palace's face, because the actual residents of King's mainland couldn't go in, but you, an outsider, could. Qinxiang was in even more antic. 1. P. Asian of the King's mysterious realm. Because he was pressed for time, Qinxiang immediately left after asking some things. Now he already knew the antecedents of that martial soul, but it did not give him any kind of advantage whatsoever. Now he could only hope that the suppressing devil Yuan Qi could restrain Sun Xueren's evil skeleton power. After having left the forbidden area, Qinxiang returned to the extreme Dan King courtyard, where he rested for a day. After the fight with Lon Lon, he was also a bit tired. Casting dragon force with his current strength was very taxing. His consumption of true qi was very fast. After he had used dragon force to stop Lon Lon, he had consumed a greater part of true qi. There was still a day before the finals. After having seen Sun Xueren's strength, many people weren't that confident about Qinxiang because Emotian was also very strong, and yet he was forced to blow up his Dantian to save his own life. Many people believed Qinxiang was just a little bit stronger than Emotian. Qinxiang and Gu Dongqin arrived at the king's mainland. Just as they arrived, they saw Wu Kaming appear before them with a solemn look on his face. Lon Lon has been grievously injured by someone, said Wu Kaming. Where is she now? Asked Qinxiang as his face lined with froze. Lon Lon was very strong. She may have been injured by him that day, but his HELL spirit, GRAS, had already made Lon Lon recover at an Estonies. HI plussing speed. I have left her to Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue. Hua Xiangyue has fed her dawn, but she is still unconscious, replied Wu Kaming. Qinxiang and Gu Dongqin immediately followed Wu Kaming to a building, where Lu Menger and Hua Ziying were holding Lan Lan's wrist, healing Lon Lon with their true qi. Lon Lon was lying on a bed. Her cute little face was as pale as a corpse. Qinxiang could sense that Lan Lan's vitality was very weak. It's Sun Xueren work, said Qinxiang in a heavy tone. He was furious because he reckoned that Sun Xueren must have attacked Lon Lon to ask her where she got those demon hearts. It was impossible for W.A. and Ji Quan to believe Lon Lon. Therefore, he must have asked Sun Xueren to do this, so ruthlessly. Her injuries are not a big deal, however. Her vitality is getting weaker. If the soul doesn't get any vitality, it would leave the body. You have to quickly think of some way, said Hua Xiangyue anxiously. Seeing the calm yet afraid look on Qinxiang's face, she knew Qinxiang was furious. Qinxiang took out a jade bottle and let Lu Menger open it over Lan Lan's mouth before pouring a drop of crystal-like golden liquid. It was the golden dragon saliva that had a huge amount of vitality in it. This was also what Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had advised him to do. Just as the golden dragon saliva entered Lanlin's mouth, Lanlin's complexion immediately became ruddier. But very soon she once again began to lose her vitality. Feed her another drop. Elder Wu, help out a bit, will you? There is a ma. S of death chi in this little girl's body, which is madly engulfing her vitality. Only when that ma. S of death chi is expelled can this kid be saved, said Hua Xiangyue. Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming nodded. They could see that Chen Xiang and Lan Lan had pretty good relations. Lu Menger lifted Lanlin's tender body so that Lanlin's back was facing Wu Kaming and Gu Dongqin, whereupon Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming pressed their palm on Lanlin's back. Hua Xiangyue and Lu Menger also held Lanlin's palm with their jade-like palms. Start, said Hua Xiangyue in a low voice. With the joint effort of 4 Nirvana realm experts, that ma. S of death chi dispersed and was then subsequently expelled out of Lanlin's body as they pour their true chi into Lanlin's body. Black chi immediately emerged from Lanlin's body before she let out a painful groan. Presently, for Tyke, oh, and as were pouring their true chi and divine sense into her body, it was impossible for her to not feel any pain. However, she also benefited from this misfortune. Her meridians became thicker and stu. Are dear because of this. Furthermore, many of her finer meridians were also bypassed. All right. Lu Menger heaved a light sigh as she let Lan Lan lie flat on the bed. Feed her another drop, said Lu Menger to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had a lot of golden dragon saliva. He would certainly not be parsimonious about it. However, this kind of golden liquid made the 4 Nirvana realm experts envious. Once again, they all knew that this kind of essence was an extreme treasure. Just a drop was sufficient enough for someone to quickly recover from his deathbed. Of course, they didn't know that it was Chen Xiang's special saliva, which he had congealed inside his mouth through a divine exercise. Qin Xiang, that Sun Xueren's evil techniques are very strong. You have to be careful, exhorted Lu Menger. Although she wanted to persuade Chen Xiang to forfeit, she understood Qin Xiang pretty well. If Chen Xiang believed he could win, any amount of persuasion would all be useless. Looking at Lu Menger's pretty eyes filled with concern and worry, Wu Kaming immediately realized that Chen Xiang's and Lu Menger's relation wasn't that simple. 1. In the previous chapter 1 have used elemental life force, vitality, and that is both the same thing. Ever since Lu Menger had successfully crossed 7th Nirvana tribulation, she no longer H.I. plus ed away from Qin Xiang. It was just that Chen Xiang was too busy to be intimate with her. Ever since Lu Menger had successfully crossed 7th Nirvana tribulation, she no longer H.I. plus ed away from Qin Xiang. It was just that Chen Xiang was too busy to be intimate with her. Very soon, Lan Lan woke up. Seeing Chen Xiang and the others by her side, she immediately understood that her little life had been saved by these group of people. Just a moment ago, she may have been unconscious, but she was still a little bit awake. She could sense for very strong streams of true qi flowing into her body. Your Lan family is really something. They actually let a kid like you run away. Moreover, even after looking for so long, I can't find even a single member of your Lan family. Wu Kaming heaved a sigh. Lan Lan slightly smiled as she thanked in a feeble voice, "Thank you, seniors." Touching Lanlin's cheeks, Hua Xiangyue burst into a tender laugh as she said, "If you want to thank this scoundrel, otherwise you would have lost your life a long time ago." Lu Menger was slightly jealous, even though she knew Qin Xiang and Lan Lan were just friends. "It was Sun Xueren, am I right?" asked Qin Xiang calmly. Lan Lan shook her head as she replied, "I don't know, I didn't see anyone. When something pierced my body and I felt I was about to die, someone asked me where I got those demon hearts. When I was just passing by, I felt a very dense evil qi, so I went there to look, only to see this little girl lying on the ground. Only Sun Xueren could be so audacious in the king's city. Furthermore, this kind of attack was very similar to his, stated Wu Keiming. It was Chen Xiang who gave those demon hearts to Lan Lan, owing to which Lan Lan had suffered Sun Xueren's attack and had almost died, which made Chen Xiang furious. Nevertheless, he looked extremely calm. Hua Xiangyue said, Chen Xiang, to be honest, I and Menger can't think of any method to deal with that attack of Sun Xueren's. If Sun Xueren was as strong as us, even we can only choose to escape. If you fought with him, it would be very dangerous. Chen Xiang said dismissively, he is still not as strong as you. The moment he had chosen to fuse with the evil skeleton martial soul, he was doomed to never enter the Nirvana realm. Evil skeleton martial soul? I think I have heard my parents mention it once that there was a guy named Devil Lord Evil Skeleton during the Great Battle of Three Realms 100,000 years ago. Rumor has it that this Devil Lord Evil Skeleton had forged his flesh and blood into a powerful skeleton by cultivating a devil technique, which let him have an immortal body, said Lu Menger, surprised. Chun Xiang nodded. I have a sense of proportion. You don't need to worry about me. Junior sister Lan, have a good rest. Seeing Chen Xiang leave, Hua Xiangyue let out a tender snort. This brat is really obstinate, wasting everyone's kind intentions. When Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin noticed that strange look in Hua Xianyue's eyes when looking at Chen Xiang, both could not understand why such aloof and prestigious ladies like Hua Xianyue and Lu Menger would have such ambiguous relations with Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang returned to his own room, where he sat in repose with his eyes closed, preparing himself for tomorrow's fight with Sun Xueren. It sure was going to be a life and death battle. It turned out to be Devil Lord Evil Skeleton's martial soul. I really didn't expect that this guy's martial soul could actually still exist, exclaimed Su Meiyao. Bai Yuyu continued in her ice-cold and stern voice. I am afraid it's not that simple. Devil Lord Evil Skeleton was also called Undead Devil Lord. That martial soul may very well be his soul. Moreover, he is still saving up very strong power. If he used his divine sense to influence a user of the martial soul, he may even resurrect. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Xiang couldn't remain calm. If a devil from 100 millenniums ago got resurrected, it would be very horrifying. That's right. If one couldn't resist the temptation, the person fused with his martial soul would be engulfed by Devil Lord Evil Skeleton over time, allowing Devil Lord Evil Skeleton to resurrect again. He was just a bunch of bones itself, as long as he could use Evil Skeleton Devil skill. His strength will be restored to peak. Su Meiyao took a long, deep breath. Qin Xiang said, If I lose, it's necessary to make those guys join hands to kill Sun Xueren in order to eliminate the future trouble. Early in the morning next day, after having taken a bath, Chen Xiang wore a set of black tights before arriving at the square inside the divine martial palace and stepping onto the arena. At this moment, the sun had just come up, yet the spectators who came to watch the fight continued to arrive in succession. Just as the sun rose, more and more people arrive at the square. A majority of them were martial artists from other mainlands. King's mainland martial artists also did not fall behind in number. This match was sure going to be sensational. Chen Xiang was just a martial artist who had just entered the spirit martial realm. In contrast, Sun Xueren had entered the spirit martial realm a long time ago. Furthermore, he was in the intermediate stage, whereas Chen Xiang was in the early stage. There was a difference of one stage between the two. Earlier, when Sun Xueren fought with Mo Tian, the martial technique he had displayed had shocked everyone, so much so that everyone believed he was far stronger than Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang looked at Mo Tian, who was standing with Wu Keiming, Gu Dongqin, and an old man inside a distant pavilion. Noticing the sparkling eyes of Mo Tian, Qin Xiang was secretly happy because Mo Tian's situation was not as bad as he had thought. Furthermore, Mo Tian was looking a bit younger as well. In another pavilion, Hua Xiangyue, Lu Menger, as well as Lan Lan stood next to windowsills. As Chen Xiang's gaze traveled over many distant pavilions, he saw many familiar faces, like Qing Shan, Qin Ziyun of Scare Light Temple, Xiao Ziliang of Free Immortal Sea, Lianing Xiao of Lotus Island, and many more. At this instant, Sun Xueren also arrived. He was following behind W.A.N. Ji Quan. There was an extremely stiff smile on his pale face, and his gray, as death pupils also had a sliver of excitement. They were full of confidence. W.A.N. Ji Quan was smiling even more so because, in his opinion, Qin Xiang standing on the stage was tantamount to serving his own head on a platter. Qin Xiang was as good as dead. He hated Huang Jintian, and thus very much wanted to kill Huang Jintian's proud disciples. And if Qin Xiang was killed under public eyes, Huang Jintian was unable to say anything. As such, he was unafraid. More importantly, Qin Xiang had infuriated him again and again, not to mention the fact that Qin Xiang had also made him lose face. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Did you attack Lan Lan?" Seeing Sun Xueren walking onto the arena, Qin Xiang asked in a cold tone. "That's right, she is already dead," replied Sun Xueren in his stiff voice. Listening to that voice, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable. "Humph, you believe you can kill her?" Qin Xiang looked towards a distant pavilion, and Sun Xueren also followed suit. Very soon, Lan Lan, standing with two mature and stunning beauties, came into their view. Seeing this, Sun Xueren immediately clenched his fist. "I will make sure she is dead. Anyone who I attack has to die. Motion is no exception. It's just a matter of time." Qin Xiang retorted in a cold voice. "Your two junior brothers also said the same ridiculous thing. Alas, they both died in the end." Having listened to Qin Xiang, W.A.N. Ji Quan trembled before he immediately roared in a furious voice, "Start!" Chapter 439. Fight with a Devil. Chapter 439. Fight with a Devil. Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, Lu Menger, and Hua Xianyue all appeared next to the arena at their fastest speed. Lianing Xiao and Xiao Ziliang also followed suit. The Taik, NS from Heroes Mountain, who had received Chen Xiang graciousness and obtained their founding father's inheritance, also arrived by the arena because they could feel intense bloodle. U.S.T. from W.A.N. Ji Quan's roar. Although they didn't know why W.A.N. Ji Quan was furious, they could not allow W.A.N. Ji Quan to attack Qin Xiang. Hua Xianyue also rushed over, bringing Lan Lan with her. Having come closer, Lan Lan said in a low voice, looking at Sun Xueren, "It's him, I remember his aura. He is the one who secretly attacked me. When I go back, I will definitely ask my clansmen to help me get justice." Although the match had begun, Sun Xueren didn't launch an attack right away. On the contrary, he looked at W.A.N. Ji Quan, only to see the angry W.A.N. Ji Quan nod at him. "Go to Hell." Sun Xueren shouted in a cold voice before the death whirl appeared underneath his feet, pulling Qin Xiang over. Meanwhile, his left hand shook as a huge skeletal arm appeared. That creepy giant skeletal claw has appeared yet again. However, the giant skeletal claw this time had strands of black mist flowing around it. Even more so, the death chi was also intenser, giving everyone a suffocating feeling. Earlier, Qin Xiang also had no idea how he should deal with the drag of death whirl. However, now that he had experienced it personally, he immediately knew how to deal with. As what the death whirl was absorbing was energy, the death whirl was able to sense the tremendous amount of energy in Qin Xiang's body, owing to the aura emanating from Qin Xiang due to the terrifying amount of true qi in his dantian. That's the only reason Qin Xiang was being dragged. Now, as long as Qin Xiang could isolate his own energy so that the death whirl couldn't sense it, Qin Xiang would not be affected by this whirl, owing to which Qin Xiang would be able to dodge that terrifying giant skeletal claw quite easily. Go to Hell. Sun Xueren's diabolical laughter resounded at once as he stretched that giant claw out as quickly as a lightning bolt. At that moment, everyone had their hearts in their throat. Lu Menjie, Gu Dongqin, everyone who was worried about Qin Xiang, had their minds went blank immediately. They believed that Qin Xiang's head would be grabbed by that giant claw, and his life force would be engulfed completely thereafter. This brief moment felt like an eternity to everyone. They thought of many things in their mind. Sun Xueren kept on laughing like a madman. That claw of his was filled with dense, diabolical, true qi. Just as the claw seemed as if it was about to grab Qin Xiang suddenly disappeared. By the sight of this, Sun Xueren's smile froze right away as if he had eaten a fly. Whereas the moment Qin Xiang disappeared, everyone burst into exclamations. At the same time, they also heaved a long sigh of relief. Impossible! How could you possibly escape from my death whirl? Sun Xueren fiercely turned his head, only to see Qin Xiang standing behind him. That black whirl under Sun Xueren's feet spun even faster, but Qin Xiang stood right where he was, looking dismissively at Sun Xueren. Having seen Qin Xiang break Sun Xueren's death whirl, Lu Menjie heaved a sigh of relief. With this, even if Qin Xiang wasn't a match for Sun Xueren, he could still step down from the arena. Jiquan even more ground his teeth in hatred by the sight of Qin Xiang dodging at the critical moment when it seemed Sun Xueren was about to succeed. Sun Xueren was taken aback even more so. He had extremely high confidence in his death whirl. And Jiquan had once stated that no one among his peers could escape for sure. Moreover, Qin Xiang was still weaker than him by a stage. Be that as it may, Sun Xueren soon calmed down and quickly swung the huge skeletal arm of his towards Qin Xiang. Presently, that giant skeletal arm of Sun Xueren was a very powerful piece of weapon. Neither blade nor spear could pierce through it. Not to mention, Qin Xiang wasn't able to utilize any weapon at this moment. As such, he had the upper hand. Do you dare to touch my arm? Ha ha ha! I guarantee, so long as you touch my arm even a bit, you will die for sure. Seeing Qin Xiang escaping every time, Sun Xueren broke into crazed laughter as he said. Qin Xiang had never imagined that this Sun Xueren, who generally looked like a corpse, would actually be laughing so madly at this moment. Moreover, that huge skeletal arm of his was very swift. The attacks were so fast that he was having a hard time dodging. Sun Xueren was very fast. Huge as the arena was, the SPAC was still limited. Therefore, all Qin Xiang could do was escape back and forth around the arena. What's the point in this? Don't you like to use strength to fight with others? Don't you always throw very big moves? But why are shrinking like a turtle? Sun Xueren said with a grim laugh. He was riling up Qin Xiang so that Qin Xiang would fight back. Only that way would he have the opportunity to let his claw come in contact with Qin Xiang. Of course, Qin Xiang would not always be dodging. Otherwise, there really won't be a point of this match. Earlier, he was just experimenting. When Sun Xueren attacked him, Sun Xueren would release a kind of dreadful death qi. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiang had secretly absorbed a very small part of this death qi into his body, and then tried to attack that death qi with the suppressing devil yuan qi. When he first tried it out, he was easily successful in destroying that death qi with the suppressing devil yuan qi. But just to be sure of the suppressing devil yuan qi effect, he absorbed even more death qi, for which he needed a bit more time. Certainly, when he absorbed that diabolical energy into his body, he had wrapped it in with spiritual energy so that it won't spread. After gathering a lot more, he then tried to eliminate it with the suppressing devil yuan qi. It's effective, but it isn't like dealing with the evil demons. Qin Xiang was in glee. Be that as it may, this allowed him to have a greater chance of winning. When he was using suppressing devil yuan qi to deal with the evil demons, it was no different than burning a wax candle with blazing flames. The evil demons were eliminated quite easily. Suddenly, the giant skeletal arm of Sun Xueren burst forth with black qi. That kind of intense diabolical aura made the audience frown, for it was truly evil. Like a broadsword, that giant skeletal arm fiercely streaked horizontally towards Qinxiang, and it was far faster than before. Humph! Qinxiang let out a harumph as a golden aura broke out from his arm, catching that giant skeletal arm's wrist directly. By the sight of this, all the spectators were stupefied. They were quite clear how terrifying that giant skeletal arm was. It was a tool that was no different than an evil devil harvesting life. Anyone who came in contact with it would die for sure. But Qinxiang surprisingly dared to grab it. Even Sun Xueren was incomparably shocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinxiang vigorously pulled the arm and fiercely turned around before he hurled Sun Xueren over his shoulder by Sun Xueren's wrist, ruthlessly SMAs. Plussing Sun Xueren into the ground. Sun Xueren, you are too arrogant. Qinxiang coldly smiled as he said. Thereafter, he let out a crazed roar before a dazzling golden aura radiated from his body. The golden aura was covered in blazing flames, which were filled with whitish energy. What Qinxiang did was fuse the dragon force, the heavenly sun fire, and the strongest suppressing devil yuan qi together, fusing them into a fearsome power. Afterward, grabbing that giant skeletal arm of Sun Xueren with his both hand, he fiercely gave it a twist. A cracking sound immediately followed as that giant skeletal arm separated from Sun Xueren's shoulder. The giant skeletal arm, the pride of Sun Xueren, had surprisingly been forcefully pulled apart by Qinxiang. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the giant skeletal arm grabbed by Qinxiang. The strongest part of Sun Xueren was that giant skeletal arm of his, but now it had been ripped out by Qinxiang, seriously injuring Sun Xueren in the due process as well. Now, Sun Xueren's defeat was already set in stone. The strongest part of Sun Xueren was that giant skeletal arm of his, but now it had been ripped out by Qinxiang, seriously injuring Sun Xueren in the due process as well. Now, Sun Xueren's defeat was already set in stone. This sudden reversal was completely out of everyone's expectation. Earlier, those Nirvana realm experts had concluded that Qinxiang would not be able to cope with that kind of diabolical power. However, Qinxiang had proved them wrong and told everyone with actions that this kind of diabolical power was no threat to him. Sun Xueren was struggling on the ground, his face laced with pain. Much to everyone's dismay, black blood was flowing out from the shoulder where his arm was ripped out, giving jitters to the onlookers. What was even stranger was that not even a trickle of blood flowed out from the ripped-away arm in Qinxiang's hand. Although Qinxiang had ripped Sun Xueren's arm, he could not let his guard down, for he could still sense a diabolical power coming from that arm, madly attacking his body, looking for a chance to occupy his body. The giant skeletal arm should have turned normal after getting ripped out, but it did not. On the contrary, it was madly struggling, wanting to shake off Qinxiang. Had it not for Qinxiang using a lot of suppressing devil yuan qi to resist the evil force seeping into his body, perhaps he would have been defeated by that giant skeletal arm already. Looking at Sun Xueren writhing on the ground, Qinxiang put some distance from him bit by bit, for he could feel the arm affecting Sun Xueren's mind. Qinxiang was well aware of the antecedents that this giant skeletal arm. It was an ancient evil soul, left behind by a great devil lord named Evil Skeletal Devil Lord, through which the great devil lord may resurrect. And now, judging from the scene before him, he came to believe it even more so. Suddenly, a black violent maw, S of energy, broke out from that giant skeletal arm. Qinxiang spewed a mouthful of blood from the corresponding impact, leaving him no choice but to let go of that giant skeletal arm. Everyone was even more amazed by the sight of the arm that was ripped away by Qinxiang returning back to Sun Xueren's body and quickly fusing with Sun Xueren's shoulder. Whereupon, Sun Xueren stood up, sweating profusely, and that pale as corpse face of his now had an incomparably hideous look, giving Qin Xiang a sinister look. Qin Xiang felt as if he was stared at by a devil. Sun Xueren looked at the restored giant skeletal claw first, and then suddenly looked up as he broke into a crazed laughter. Listening to that diabolical laughter, everyone's heart was gripped with trepidation. Even those Nirvana realm martial artists in the stands had a solemn look on their faces, because Sun Xueren was too evil, but he was also an expert of righteous path. A top-grade king's vain martial artist and the eldest apprentice of W.A. N. Jiquan, after having fused with that horrifying evil martial soul, would surely become extremely strong. And at this instance, even Qin Xiang could not help but acknowledge the formidability of this evil skeleton martial soul. But in fact, Qin Xiang wasn't worried about this, but rather the soul of the ancient devil lord hiding inside that martial soul. You almost ruined my good thing. But thanks to you, I also woke up, ha ha ha. Surprisingly, Sun Xueren's voice had changed. It had become very COA, RSE. That kind of low and deep voice gave jitters to the listeners. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's complexion changed as he continuously retreated a few steps. He didn't actually expect the evil skeleton devil lord to actually succeed in seizing Sun Xueren's body. The evil skeleton devil lord had resurrected. You are in a real trouble. Bai Yu said in a serious tone. Do you need my strength? Long Shui asked. She could clearly sense how horrifying the strength of that evil skeleton devil lord was. Qin Xiang took a deep breath and said, Not for the moment. Sun Xueren had already dead. His soul had been engulfed by the evil skeleton devil lord already. Don't be surprised, I am still Sun Xueren, but I am the new Sun Xueren. Sun Xueren broke into a hideous laughter as his other arm suddenly shook. Black chi spread all over the place as a giant skeletal arm appeared. The onlookers could not help but gasp in shock by the sight of Sun Xueren having two giant skeletal claws. W.A. and Ji Quan's face, which was downcasted and furious, was now beaming with joy. Although he had noticed that there was something wrong with Sun Xueren, he felt it was not that big of a problem. As long as Sun Xueren could defeat Qin Xiang, Sun Xueren would become the champion of the tournament. As far as he was concerned, it was nothing but good. Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, ha! I will engulf your soul and extract this divine exercise from your memories, ha ha ha! Peals of Sun Xueren's laughter rang in the arena as he leaped towards Qin Xiang. His current speed was far faster than before. Qin Xiang was already prepared. The moment he saw Sun Xueren taking the action, he prepared himself for defense as he congealed a lot of suppressing devil yuan qi and infused it into the black tortoise adamantal armor. At this instance, the black tortoise adamantal armor had already emerged, covering his entire body. However, because of his clothes, it was not visible to the onlookers. That giant skeletal claw came swooping at Qin Xiang's chest, in response to which Qin Xiang waved his hand out to defend, so that his elbow would slam into that skeletal claw. Sparks flew everywhere from the subsequent impact. The black tortoise adamantal armor was very powerful. That impact had pushed Sun Xueren a few steps back. Judging the blackened look on Sun Xueren's face, Qin Xiang knew that his suppressing devil yuan qi was working on Sun Xueren. It could suppress him, devil lord. So what if you have resurrected again? This time, I will send you to your grave thoroughly. Qin Xiang's fist suddenly glowed with a holy white aura. It was what came out of the fusion of the dragon force and the suppressing devil yuan qi. Qin Xiang took a leap before a qi blast took place underneath his feet, propelling him with a cruise. Plussing force. At the same time, Qin Xiang brandished his fist like crazy, creating a veil of after-images that pounded at Sun Xueren with a momentum that seemed it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. By the sight of this, a solemn look took over Sun Xueren's face. The punches were already upon him. All he could do was use those giant skeletal claws of his to protect his head and not let his head suffer those horrifying punches. With just one punch, the entire arena was shaking fiercely. But Chen Xiang had now fired tens of punches at the same time, crazily pounding on those stiff skeletal arms. Everyone had already noticed that Sun Xueren was a bit weird, as if he had turned into another person. By the sight of an extra skeletal arm, everyone was secretly worried for Qin Xiang. But they had not imagined that Qin Xiang would still be so powerful and crazily pound on those giant skeletal arms of Sun Xueren using Dragon Force, to the point that Sun Xueren was unable to launch any counterattack. Qin Xiang's punches were quite fast. Every second he would rain down a few dozen punches, producing shock waves after shock waves, shaking the entire divine martial palace continuously. Every time that kind of loud bang resounded, it was followed by a turbulent chi wave spreading in all direction, slamming into the barrier around the arena. If this barrier had not been there, the square would have been destroyed a couple hundred times already. Suddenly, peals of thunders rang in the distance. The clear sky was suddenly covered in churning dark clouds as lightning flashed amid the clouds again and again. Nevertheless, Chen Xiang continued his violent assault on Sun Xueren, leaving Sun Xueren unable to launch any kind of counterattack. Now, all Sun Xueren could do was defend. If he slacked even once, his head would be smashed into a pulp by Qin Xiang, like a tomato for sure. Suddenly, Qin Xiang let out a roar. It was a dragon's roar, in fact. The clothes covering his upper body were suddenly blasted into smithereens, while the place where his right arm connected with shoulder shone with a white light. It was the white dragon tattoo. Is his arm fused with a dragon soul? Someone cried in shock. The sky had turned very dark from the dark clouds, whereas an aura filled with a very odd energy erupted from the white dragon tattoo on Qin Xiang's right arm. That kind of ancient and powerful aura was incomparably foreboding, making everyone feel as if that dragon tattoo was alive. When Lu Menjie, Gudongqin, and the others saw the white dragon tattoo on Qin Xiang, they treated it like it was nothing. They only thought Qin Xiang liked dragons. That's why he got it. When Lu Menjie, Gudongqin, and the others saw the white dragon tattoo on Qin Xiang, they treated it like it was nothing. They only thought Qin Xiang liked dragons. That's why he got it. But now, sensing the powerful Auragus, plussing out from that white dragon, they could not help but associate it with a dragon soul. Beast souls were also a kind of martial souls, the acquired martial souls. They were the souls that remained after some powerful beasts had died. A majority of the beast's strength was stored in that soul. After fusing with it, one could obtain a various stonies, plussing strength. Furthermore, he or she could also get some of the martial techniques of that beast soul. These martial techniques were also called beast martial techniques. Upon recalling this point, everyone believed even more, so that it was a dragon soul that was fused with Qin Xiang's arm. A dragon was a divine beast. A beast soul of that level was the strongest of all. Thereby, the beast martial technique that Chen Xiang had obtained was also very horrifying, or so they believed. Some of the people who had once seen Qin Xiang's battle understood as to why any martial techniques that Qin Xiang employed always were in the form of a dragon. At this moment, Chen Xiang was using long shui strength. He knew that he could not defeat that resurrected evil skeleton devil lord with his own strength. It might seem that he was completely suppressing the evil skeleton devil lord, but that was just temporary. His dragon force was limited. Furthermore, its rate of consumption was a stonies, plussingly fast. As the matter stood, he couldn't even cause any injuries to the evil skeleton devil lord. Evil skeleton devil lord had also noticed this point. That was why he was very calm. Therefore, Qin Xiang could only borrow Long Shui's strength and cast the strongest killing technique, the Heavenly Dragon Seal. The Heavenly Dragon Seal did not just use the caster's strength when cast out, it also borrowed the strength of the heaven and the earth. That was also the reason it was so powerful. The stronger its caster was, the more strength of the heaven and the earth he could borrow. Long Xue's strength was very unique. It could very easily fuse with Chen Xiang's strength and become a lot stronger. Furthermore, Long Xue's strength itself was nothing to scoff at. In addition, her spiritual energy was also very strong. As a result, the Heavenly Dragon Seal cast was even stronger. Only with this move could Qin Xiang completely kill the evil skeleton devil lord who was in his growth phase. Watching the rising winds and scudding clouds, many people who had seen Qin Xiang's fight knew that Qin Xiang was about to cast a very powerful move. Last time he had even destroyed the Fragrant City Square. That scene was still fresh in Gu Dongqin and the others' minds. Very soon, everyone came to learn of that frightening move and were ready to jump. Ji Quan wanted to block them, but there were a couple hundred Nirvana Realm martial artists watching. If he did this, he would be stopped by those Nirvana Realm experts for sure. Furthermore, he was confident about Sun Xueran. When he saw Sun Xueran's other arm also turning into the skeletal claw, he knew Sun Xueran had evolved. He was even more powerful. Qin Xiang was stalling until he had gathered enough of heaven and earth forces. He was mainly gathering the spirit qi and lightning. The Heavenly Dragon Seal he was casting this time wasn't the same as before. It was a special move to deal with the devil. If you cast the Furious Dragon's Retribution, it's sufficient. But if you want to cast the Subduing Dragon Seal, it is still lacking. Long Xue pointed it out as she continued to Pa S the casting method to Chen Xiang's mind. Dark clouds had covered the sky, but they were mainly gathered above the arena, forming a whirlpool of dark clouds, which gave no small pressure to Sun Xueran. He too had heard of this move. Even if he had fused with the evil skeleton devil lord, he still could not fathom from where Qin Xiang learned such a powerful dragon martial technique. That's it. Long Shui shouted in a lovely voice as a flash of white light erupted from Qin Xiang's right arm. In fact, Long Shui was instilling her own energy into Qin Xiang. While Qin Xiang was pounding Sun Xueran, he was reading the incantation as well. The thunder clapped and lightning flashed in the sky as the wind tore through the ground. Even the ground was slightly shaking. The entire scene gave the impression that the entire world was coming to an end, scaring the L out of everyone. The black whirlpool over the martial arts stage started rotating like crazy, sucking the dark clouds surrounding it into the whirl. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang's spiritual energy and the vigorous true qi madly rushed into the sky, sucking even those lightning strikes into that whirlpool. As everyone raised their heads, many people gulped nervously by the sight of the sheer Ma. S of energy contained inside that huge whirlpool. They immediately gather their strength underneath their feet, ready to jump at a moment notice. Once that horrifying energy struck down, they would jump into the sky. And Ji Quan and the other Nirvana Realm experts noticed that although that S of energy was huge, it wasn't that strong. They believed it wasn't strong enough to destroy the arrays surrounding the arena. Heavenly Dragon Seal, subduing the devil. As Chen Xiang finished chanting, a dragon roar reverberated in the sky before that ball of light in the sky, which had all kinds of energy stored in it, flashed with a white light. Roar, a dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens. At that moment, a disastrous aura came cruise. Plussing down, covering the entire king city. Horrifying tremors ran through the ground. Those cultivators who had long prepared to jump leaped into the sky instantly. At this moment, a white dragon emerged from that whirlpool. That huge white dragon was as natural as though it was living. It was releasing a holy white aura. Its majestic bearing gave a newfound chill to everyone. The dragon roars continued one after another as the huge white dragon came rush. Plussing down from the sky, craws. Plussing into the arena. At that moment, All the arrays on the martial arts stage were broken completely. The few divine martial palace elders immediately laid a barrier. Nonetheless, they were late by a step. After that dreadful energy crashed into Sun Xueren, it burst forth with a powerful qi that seeped deep into the ground before exploding. A wave of energy spread in all direction, enveloping the square, as well as the faraway pavilions. Many cracks had appeared on them. The martial arts stage was affected most tragically. After having been enveloped in a white aura, explosions rang to no end. It seemed as if many huge, white dragons continued to emerge from that whirlpool and rushed straight towards the ground. Madly Cross. Plussing into that arena. About 30 white dragons congealed from energy, giving out majestic dragon roars struck the ground like lightning. Almost half of that huge square that was as big as a small city was split. All the faraway pavilions were also trampled from the shockwave. That kind of strength was far stronger than an early-stage spirit martial realm cultivator. How could it not? It was an attack cast using the strength of both Qin Xiang and Long Shui. Not to mention that an all-powerful spiritual power was cast. The attack was created using the forces of the heaven and earth. It was endlessly powerful. Soon, the heaven and the earth calmed down. The earlier attack was so powerful that they felt as if the world was coming to end. Even those Nirvana realm powerhouses dreaded that dragon martial technique of Qin Xiang. If Qin Xiang was in Nirvana realm, it would be even stronger for sure. The martial arts stage no longer existed. However, Qin Xiang and Sun Xueren were still there. Although Qin Xiang was also standing on the arena, he wasn't affected by the attack, for it was him who had cast that spiritual power. As for Sun Xueren, he was lying on the ground. Those giant skeletal arms of his had already disappeared, reverted back to their original appearance. His entire body looked like a mummified corpse. His face was completely pale, as if he was scared SHI++. In the future, I would never go to watch this guy's fight ever. It is simply suicidal. A man crashed down from the sky. Had they not escaped a moment ago, perhaps they would have been blown away already. Yeah, last time I was a bit slower to react and was buried in the rubble. That guy is a complete freak. At this moment, many people sighed with emotions. Had it not been for those arrays on the martial arts stage, perhaps everything would have been destroyed completely. With Sun Xueren's death, Qin Xiang took a long, deep breath. Nearly all of his true qi had been consumed. And Ji Quan's facial muscles twitched as he walked onto the stage. Just as he touched Sun Xueren's corpse, that corpse transformed into ashes and scattered with the wind. By the sight of this, everyone was startled. You won, and Ji Quan shouted in a Hoa, R.S.E. voice, his entire body quivering with anger. Seeing and Ji Quan in a towering rage, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming hurriedly arrived beside Qin Xiang, lest and Ji Quan fling caution to the wind and attacked Qin Xiang. Seeing and Ji Quan in a towering rage, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming hurriedly arrived beside Qin Xiang, lest and Ji Quan fling caution to the wind and attacked Qin Xiang. What about my rewards? Qin Xiang was even more concerned about this. He did come here for that fruit of fortune, after all. Taking deep breaths, and Ji Quan managed to suppress the fury and hatred in his heart. He took out a jade box and handed it over to Qin Xiang. As the winner of this year's King's Martial Arts A.S. Semli, this is your reward on behalf of my divine martial palace. Qin Xiang opened the box immediately to check and saw a fist-sized pure white fruit inside. It was the fruit of fortune, although it was not emanating any kind of aura whatsoever. When Qin Xiang touched it a bit, he could feel a bizarre spirit qi inside. It sure is the fruit of fortune, Su Meiyao said, after having confirmed. watching that precious fruit of fortune falling in Chen Xiang's laps. Some of the alchemists and young martial artists felt extremely jealous. They were feeling envious of Chen Xiang for being able to obtain such good thing at his age. The final winner of King's Martial Arts A.S. Semli turned out to be a martial artist from overseas, which made many native martial artists of King's mainland feel very shameful. There were many who hated Chen Xiang, but they had no choice but to acknowledge Chen Xiang's strength. Just from the square he was in, it was quite apparent that Chen Xiang was extremely strong. After all, that Sun Xuan was a level higher than Chen Xiang. There should be one more reward, right? Chen Xiang said. He was also quite curious about that mysterious reward. Hearing this sentence, Ji Quan was startled a bit before he replied, "You have to come with me. Also, you need to keep it a secret." "That won't do." Of course, Gu Dongqin couldn't allow Chen Xiang to go alone with Ji Quan. Ji Quan had a deep-seated hatred for Chen Xiang. It was impossible not to worry. Ji Quan coldly said, I don't want to regret it later. As much as I want to kill this brat, I don't dare to act recklessly in regards to this matter. This proclamation made Chen Xiang think of the king's mysterious realm. It was a very mysterious place. Chen Xiang reckoned that there were some powerhouses still inside the king's mysterious realm. It's all right, don't worry about me. Chen Xiang smiled at Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming, assuring them the king's martial arts assembly was held once every decade, yet no one knew what this mysterious reward was, and everyone who did get this reward had to keep it a secret. Judging from Chen Xiang's bearing, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming could only let Chen Xiang follow Ji Quan. By the sight of this scene, many onlookers' curiosity was piqued, for they didn't even know about that mysterious reward. Chen Xiang, following Ji Quan, left, whereas Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming were surrounded by a group of powerhouses, asking about that mysterious reward. However, they couldn't get any answer, which added much to their curiosity, even more so. Ji Quan brought Chen Xiang into an enormous palace. This palace was magnificent, yet not luxurious. There was a strong ancient aura to it. Apparently, it was a relic from the distant past. After entering, Chen Xiang, following Ji Quan through many secret sages, finally entered the heart of this tall and magnificent palace. Ji Quan, I think you should go and meet my teacher. Chen Xiang suddenly said. Humph, why? Ji Quan coldly harumphed. At present, he could not wait to crush Chen Xiang to death. However, he didn't dare so. If he could, he would have done it a long time ago. Chen Xiang could also see that this mysterious reward was of paramount importance, or why would Ji Quan be so cautious? The martial soul you gave Sun Xuan was actually an evil martial soul, called Evil Skeleton Martial Soul. Don't you know? Chen Xiang coldly smiled as he asked, So what? Sun Xuan didn't do anything bad with that evil martial soul. Only his character appeared to be indifferent, that's all, Ji Quan said disapprovingly. You might not know, but this evil skeleton martial soul was a relic of a guy named Devil Lord Evil Skeleton. His soul and consciousness were actually inside it. I don't need to say any more, and you aren't an idiot as well. You should be well aware of what are the consequences if the Devil Lord Evil Skeleton is resurrected and is allowed to flourish. Plus, upon hearing Chen Xiang, Ji Quan trembled a bit and stopped. He no longer said anything and continued, leading Chen Xiang through various secret sages. Ji Quan sure knew about Evil Skeleton Devil Lord. He very well knew that the Evil Skeleton martial soul belonged to Devil Lord Evil Skeleton. However, he had never expected for Devil Lord Evil Skeleton to resurrect in this way. After carefully analyzing the unusual changes in Sun Xueren after Qin Xiang had ripped Sun Xueren's arm away, he was sure Qin Xiang was telling the truth. At that time, he too believed that there was something wrong with Sun Xueren. When Qin Xiang had killed Sun Xueren, that slowly growing Devil Lord Evil Skeleton was also killed by Qin Xiang. If he had allowed that Devil Lord to secretly prosper, the subsequent consequences would have been disastrous. After following Ji Quan through many secret sages, even Qin Xiang had no idea where he ended up. However, he was still inside the huge palace. It was the one thing he was still sure of. At this moment, Ji Quan led him into a huge hall. At the center of this hall was a teleportation array. Stand in the center. I will teleport you to a place. I hope you can still come back. Of course, it is still not too late for you to back out, Ji Quan said. Just as Qin Xiang placed his foot forward, he withdrew it immediately. What do you mean? Explain it clearly, will you? Won't this teleportation array teleport me to the king's mysterious realm? Ji Quan answered coldly. You sure know more than you should. That old madman must have told you. To tell you the truth, the king's martial arts assembly has been held many times over tens of thousands of years, but not many people know about the king's mysterious realm. Do you know why? Qin Xiang shook his head in response. Because most of the people who won first are afraid to step into the teleportation other. They are afraid to enter the king's mysterious realm. I too was a champion of king's martial arts assembly once, but I also gave up the chance to enter the king's mysterious realm. Qin Xiang slowly took a deep breath before asking, why? Because those who had entered have never come out, ever. All I know is that anyone who enters will face king's trial, which is very dangerous. Now, are you sure you still want to proceed? Qin Xiang nodded his agreement. I want to go. Having said this, he walked to the center of the teleportation array without further ado. Pinching a talisman, Ji Quan said, I have recorded what you just ate a moment ago. If you don't come back, I can still prove my innocence. While Ji Quan spoke, a dazzling white light flashed from the teleportation array before Qin Xiang's figure disappeared. He had been teleported to the king's mysterious realm. Qin Xiang didn't fear any trial the slightest bit. As far as he was concerned, it was a means to improve his strength, not to mention the fact that he was now in extreme state. He could leave the mysterious realm through the Luo Tian door at moment notice. If he felt that something was wrong, he could escape momentarily. At present, he wanted to see what's so mysterious and terrifying about this king's mysterious realm. After having his sight dazzled by the white flash of light, Qin Xiang appeared on a plain. And on the distant horizon of the plain was a tall and huge palace. Looking from afar, he looked like a tall mountain rising straight from the prairie. Even from this far away, Qin Xiang could still feel its grand and imposing aura. Hey, welcome to the king's mysterious realm. Little brother, I would still have to ask you the trouble to enter the king's palace yourself. A gentle laughter floated into Qin Xiang's ears, echoing continuously. King's palace? Qin Xiang could not find anything terrifying about this place, as Ji Quan had said. Putting his mind at ease, he ran towards that distant palace. When Qin Xiang managed to arrive at the entrance of the palace, an old man suddenly walked out from within, welcoming him with smiles. When Qin Xiang managed to arrive at the entrance of the palace, an old man suddenly walked out from within, welcoming him with smiles. Little brother, are you the recent champion of King's mainland? That old man asked, smiling. Qin Xiang nodded his affirmation. I am, but I don't know why I have to come here. That old man answered. It's better if you don't know. Come with me. Qin Xiang could only follow that old man to a stone room. standing inside which was a middle-aged man, who waved his hand to the old man. Whereupon that old man withdrew from the room. The door of this stone room was also closed completely. The middle-aged man was dressed very simply. His long hair was draped over his shoulder. With a gentle look and a slight smile on his face, he gazed at Qin Xiang. From the beginning, the king's mysterious realm was very mysterious. And after Qin Xiang had arrived here, his curiosity was piqued even more so by the sight of the king's palace. What he could not understand was why a group of people were willing to stay here for thousands and thousands of years. Rich as the spirit qi in here was, staying in here would be rather monotonous. After staring at Qin Xiang for a while, that middle-aged man finally opened his mouth. It's very difficult for me to believe that there is still someone willing to come in here. I have waited for a long time. My wait has not let me down. Your physique is very good. Although you have expended a lot of your true qi, I can still see that your true qi must have been very vigorous. You deserve to be the champion of the king's martial arts assembly. It looks like you are far better than those who have come before you. Qin Xiang pursed his lips into a smile as he said, All I knew was that the champion will receive this mysterious reward. Therefore, I came in. That middle-aged man smiled and asked, So to say, when you came in, you knew it would be dangerous? Yes, but I am not afraid. Now, shouldn't you tell me what that reward is? Qin Xiang asked. He was a bit fatigued and wanted to leave this place sooner. The middle-aged man nodded. After all, young people were all extremely curious. Now, after having arrived at such a mysterious pace, Qin Xiang would want to know some things naturally. This king's mysterious realm has a long line of history. It's also the place where the human king was born. We are the guardian of this place. This king's palace is also the base of human king in the mortal world. So, in order to cultivate some good seedlings, the human king will choose some king's vain martial artists from the king's mainland to come here using some ways, where they will receive the human king's inheritance and become a martial artist of king's palace. That middle-aged man explained. Qin Xiang was momentarily stunned. He could not help but ask, So to say, there is a king's palace in the heavenly realm as well? That's right. However, it is just a young influence. One of the reasons why the human king established an influence in the heavenly realm is to let many king's vain martial artists have a safe harbor once they arrived in the heavenly realm. And since you can come here, it means your bloodline is outstanding. You will be zealously nurtured by king's palace. As such, your bloodline's power would be inspired to the most perfect form. Hearing this, Qin Xiang was secretly laughing in his heart, for he wasn't a king's vain martial artist. Now he came to realize why anyone who entered the king's mysterious realm never came out. Some people don't have the guts to come in. Such timid people would never get the approval of the king's palace. Therefore, anyone who dares to come in will be considered a member of the king's palace. Of course, you can still leave this place, but if you stay here, you will receive better training. Here you will be cut off from the outside. Your heart will be cleansed, and your shan will be restricted. You can cultivate the Tao of martial arts in serenity, indifferent of fame and wealth. The middle-aged man said in a peaceful voice. Qin Xiang said a bit embarrassed, said, Senior, I'm sorry to say that I am not a king's vain martial artist. I am also not a citizen of king's mainland. I was only invited by the divine martial palace to partake 1p8 in the king's martial arts assembly, which I won luckily. The middle-aged man's eyes went wide in surprise as he looked at Qin Xiang with disbelief. That's impossible. The king's vain martial artists would not have declined so much? How could they possibly be defeated by martial artists from other mainlands? Senior, if you don't believe it, you can ask the divine martial palace lord. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh and said, He believed that this middle-aged man must have secluded himself from the outside world in day-to-day life. However, he had made the divine martial palace aware of this palace, nevertheless. Therefore, the divine martial palace didn't dare to mess with the reward. Although Chun Xiang only saw 2 people after having arrived at this enormous king's palace, he was sure that there were still many super powerful old codgers in here. More importantly, all of them were king's vain martial artists. Such a strength sure was extremely formidable. Now he came to understand why the king's mainland remained unscathed during the last great battle of 3 realms. The divine martial palace is just a branch of king's palace. For many years, they have been responsible for hosting the king's martial arts assembly. I believe that they should not have made a mistake. It's just that you have surprised me so much. You were actually able to defeat the king's vain martial artists of my king's mainland. The middle-aged man surprisingly believed Chun Xiang so soon. Chun Xiang pursed his lips and said, "You really should manage the divine martial palace a bit. Your king's vain martial artists haven't declined at all. It's just that there are some people who have the power to hide the truth from the Ma. SSES. They want to manipulate the entire king's martial arts assembly." The middle-aged man's face was lined with furrows after hearing this. "Are you telling the truth?" Chun Xiang made a harumph in a low voice as he said, "In order to get the first, the divine martial palace lord haphazardly gave the evil skeleton martial soul, which was a relic of the devil lord evil skeleton, to his treasured apprentice. Next, Chun Xiang began to narrate what he saw and his own experience when he partook. 1. P. aided in the king's martial arts assembly to the middle-aged man, because he reckoned that this middle-aged man should be the master of this king's palace. Currently, the divine martial palace's atmosphere wasn't very good. If this continued, something big might happen. For instance, and Ji Quan could seize other mainlands to fulfill his own ambitions and expand his influence. This wasn't impossible at all. The middle-aged man was secretly furious, but there was no change in his expression or his voice, for it still hadn't been verified. After hearing everything, the middle-aged man said, lamenting, "Men are not what they were in the times of long ago. I will send someone to investigate it clearly. Little brother, it's a pity that you aren't a king's vain martial artists. You won't be able to receive human king's inheritance." Chun Xiang laughed and said, "It's all right, I have my own teacher anyway. If the opportunity presented itself in the future, I want to compare notes with the king's palace martial artists. I wonder what's the name of little brother's sect." Only now did the middle-aged man wanted to ask the origins of Chun Xiang. However, he also appeared to be less concerned about it. "Extreme martial sect, and my teacher is Huang Jintian," Chun Xiang answered right away. Just as the name Huang Jintian entered his ears, the middle-aged man was totally started. He said, "So it was like this. In other words, you cultivate in Tai Chi, subduing dragon exercise. You have yin and yang vein?" Chun Xiang nodded his affirmation. He didn't expect this middle-aged man to actually know of his teacher. A sharp gleam immediately flashed past the middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Chun Xiang thoughtfully. Then he said, "Although you can't become a member of the king's palace, I will still give you a reward. It can be regarded as a compensation." A reward. Chun Xiang originally believed he had to return empty-handed, but now he was secretly excited. This king's palace was the strongest existence of the king's mainland. They sure won't be stingy in their rewards. The middle-aged man raised his head as he looked at a huge crystal ball in the stone room. Only now did Chun Xiang discover this thing, but he didn't think that this was a treasure. The middle-aged could guess what Chun Xiang must be thinking. He chuckled and said, "This is not the reward I want to give you. It will let you see a person." The middle-aged could guess what Chun Xiang must be thinking. He chuckled and said, "This is not the reward I want to give you. It will let you see a person." Who am I meeting? Chun Xiang immediately felt extremely disappointed. What kind of a reward was meeting a person? He may as well receive some real treasure. When Chun Xiang's gaze landed on that crystal ball, a gust of gentle aura emanated from the crystal ball suddenly, projecting on the ground. A translucent figure, seemingly false and real at the same time, appeared before Qinxiang. Seeing this man, Qinxiang was momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, that middle-aged man hastily bowed down to greet. "Your Excellency, it's a bit complicated. Please listen to me first." In fact, Qinxiang recognized the man projected by the crystal ball. It was none other than Wu Songhong, whom Qinxiang had met under the Hero's Mountain earlier. When that middle-aged man addressed Wu Songhong as Your Excellency, it was quite evident that Wu Songhong may very well be the human king. TLN, what author has used is, roughly translated as Great Palace Lord, but I changed it to Your Excellency. Wu Songhong broke into laughter as he said, "Little brother, we are really destined. We meet again." The middle-aged man had not yet had the time to report the matter before he heard Wu Songhong's word, which greatly surprised him. Much to his surprise, Qinxiang had met their human king. Furthermore, from the looks of it, their relation was pretty good as well. It was very difficult to be appreciated by the human king. The middle-aged man was quite familiar with Wu Songhong's personality. He rarely saw the kind of expression in Wu Songhong's eyes when meeting others. Wu Songhong was someone who cultivated in S-H-I plus into, and S-H-I plus into cultivators were pretty rare. Therefore, he was very friendly with Qinxiang because he believed that Qinxiang was just like him. In the future, maybe he could discuss the S-H-I plus into cultivation with Qinxiang. "You go out first. Let him tell me about this matter himself," Wu Songhong said. That middle-aged man immediately peeked a glance at Qinxiang with an incomprehensible look in his eyes before promptly taking his leave from this stone room. Qinxiang burst into a mischievous laugh as he said, "Senior Wu, your background is really big. You turned out to be the Trias Human King." Listening to Qinxiang's remark, Wu Songhong shook his head as he broke into laughter. "Human King, my it's totally given to me by others. I was just a bit powerful in my clan, which later brought about the development of my clansmen. Nothing more, nothing less. Tell me, how did you come here? You wouldn't have won that king's martial arts assembly, have you?" Qinxiang roared with laughter as he nodded and said, "I am sorry, your king's vain martial artists were beaten by me." Thereafter, he once again narrated the details of King's martial arts assembly to Wu Songhong. After Wu Songhong came to know of that evil skeleton martial soul matter, he fumed with anger. "This G Quan is looking down on my king's palace more and more. It looks like, after managing the divine martial palace for many years, his ambition has grown a lot. As for how to deal with him, it would depend on King's palace of the mortal world. I am from heavenly realm. I can intervene in mortal world's matter. This is a principle. Although I may not adhere to the rules, this thing is conscious, or else all the worlds would fall into disorder." "Then, senior, so to say, I will not be getting any reward, will I? What a pity," Qinxiang said, sighing intentionally. "Kiddo, are you still not satisfied after getting the Luo Tian door? I can't give you anything now, and also can't order the king's palace to give you anything. However, I can tell you the location of a hidden herb garden. It might not be a mysterious realm, but it's a bit dangerous." Qinxiang's eyes immediately lit up. This was a pretty big reward. He hastily asked, "Where is that place?" "It's in the king's mainland. Let loose your mind. I will impart the map into your brain," Wu Songhong said. Qinxiang closed his eyes as he let loose his entire body. Suddenly, some extra information appeared in his mind. It was a map. The map was very vast and detailed, pointing to a remote place from the king city. More importantly, the route to it was quite dangerous. "This is given to me by a guy named Li Tianjun. He is one crazy guy who is mad about alchemy and very stingy to boot. He once stayed in King's mainland for some time, where he planted a herb garden. However, now he has already arrived at the heavenly realm, therefore, that herb garden has been deserted already. He also didn't leave any behind, so he told it to me. In fact, I was cheated by him at first, and that's the only reason I got this useless herb garden. Dan King, Li Tianjun, Qin Xiang, and Su Meiyao were greatly taken aback all of a sudden. Earlier, he was rumored to have died already. Now it appeared that he was quite alive and kicking. In the past, when Chen Xiang was making his way to the extreme martial sect, he had obtained a herb garden, which was also left behind Li Tianjun. Then, once again, he had encountered the second herb garden in Liu family's Herb King Mountain. And from there, he had gotten the clue of the top mysterious realm, world's first mysterious realm, where all kinds of rare and precious herb could be found. In the past, Li Tianjun had been hunted down because of this. Qin Xiang had a detailed map. A year or so after Qin Xiang had obtained that map, there were indications of the occurrence of a solar eclipse. However, at that time, Qin Xiang had missed it. Therefore, he was waiting for next time. At that time, his still wasn't strong enough to traverse through various mainlands. But now it was different. He had been waiting for the solar eclipse to approach because the mysterious realm would open only then. That guy had also said that he was quite famous in the mortal martial world. And now, he is still doing rather well in the alchemist circle of Heavenly Realm. This guy is a genius. He is quite proficient in alchemy, refining equipment, as well as in arranging arrays. And he is quite powerful and also somewhat crafty, said Wu Songhong. Qin Xiang broke into laughter and said, "When I arrive at the Heavenly Realm, I have to thank him. The herb gardens left behind by him had brought me no small amount of benefits. I had chanced upon 2 of his herb garden earlier. I will sure to tell him this. Well, I hope that next time I see it will be in the Heavenly Realm. I am looking forward to that day," Wu Songhong said, laughing. And waving his hand at Qin Xiang, his figure slowly disappeared. Qin Xiang left the stone room himself, a smile on his face. After that middle-aged man saw Qin Xiang, he asked, "How did you know His Excellency?" Qin Xiang, pretending to be mysterious, replied, "It's a secret. He asked me not to reveal it. I want to return now." Although he had to retrieve that reward himself, Qin Xiang thought that it was a pretty good harvest already. Seeing the expression in Qin Xiang's eyes, that middle-aged man led Qin Xiang respectfully to a hall. In the hall, there was a teleportation array. The middle-aged man promptly activated the transmission array after Qin Xiang stood on it. Immediately after, Qin Xiang disappeared and appeared before the entrance of that huge palace of Divine Martial Palace, where Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin was waiting for him. They were worried that W.A. and Ji Quan had secretly ASSA. Signated Qin Xiang. "I am all right, let's go back." Qin Xiang broke into a laugh as he assured them. After Hua, Xiangyue, and Lu Menger, who were standing in the pavilion far away, heard it, they too left with ease. "Scoundrel, when are you coming back? I am still not convinced about my defeat. I still want to fight with you." Lon Lon, followed by an old man, shouted aloud from afar. Hearing this, Qin Xiang could not help but burst into laughter as he said, "You want me to look for you for a fight? Why don't you pay a visit yourself? Why would I come and look for you? But even if you come, we have to see if I am in the mood." "Humph, even if you don't want to, you have to. This lady here is the strongest woman of the blue blood family." Lon Lon harumphed charmingly, sticking her tongue out at Qin Xiang. By the sight of her wry face, Qin Xiang and the others suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Mo Tian hadn't arrived. He had already left with his clansmen. It was also the first time Qin Xiang had ever seen an elder of blue blood family. It was that smiling old man sitting next to Lon Lon. Bidding goodbyes to Lon Lon, Qin Xiang and the others stepped into the teleportation array. With the conclusion of King's martial arts assembly, Qin Xiang's name had spread far and wide across the entire King's mainland. "I will come back." When Qin Xiang stepped into the teleportation array, he said in his heart, as there's still that huge reward he needed to retrieve himself. Having returned to the extreme martial sect, Qin Xiang came to the extreme Dan King courtyard without further ado, and then slept. Having returned to the extreme martial sect, Qin Xiang came to the extreme Dan King courtyard without further ado, and then slept. When Qin Xiang woke up, a silhouette dressed in black and a white muslin on its face suddenly entered his gaze, scaring the H-E-L-L out of him. He was so scared that he let out a sharp scream. "What the H-E-L-L is wrong with you? You scared me to death." Qin Xiang shouted snappily. At first, he had been scared by Elder Dan. However, now he was rather happy to see her because he finally got to see Elder Dan after so long. Elder Dan harumphed lightly and said, "Where is the herb garden?" "I moved it because of some things. Therefore, at that time, I thought I may have to escape. However, due to my vigorous effort to turn the tide, I was able to save the situation and avoided getting hunted down," explained Qin Xiang, taking out a white jade lotus seed. Qin Xiang gave it to Elder Dan and said, laughing, "Little girl, this is for you. Consider is a repayment for giving me the 5-element true elemental Dan's herbs. Last time, it really helped me a lot." Elder Dan was taken aback momentarily before taking it. She would never say no to anything given by Qin Xiang. "Very conscientious of you. Tell me the truth. Have you learned the refining simulation technique?" Elder Dan asked. Although she sounded cold, Qin Xiang could feel that her attitude towards him had turned for better. There was a kind of inexplicable gentleness. He couldn't help but act in a well-behaved manner. Qin Xiang nodded his affirmation as he replied, "Yes, I didn't expect that you would even know about this." Elder Dan, storing the white jade lotus seed, turned around and said, "Of course, I would know about it. Don't think that I would not know anything since I had gone into seclusion for training. Little girl, why didn't you greet me, or address me as martial uncle for that matter? Just now, I gave you such a precious thing, and you still haven't thanked me," Qin Xiang said, laughing. Elder Dan countered, speaking in a cold voice, "Don't you want to look at my appearance?" Qin Xiang was immediately tempted. "That's all I have been dreaming of. You mean to say you will show me now?" "As I have said, as long as you can defeat me, I will be yours. However, you still have a long way to go." Qin Xiang immediately snorted and said, "Then why all this bulls? HI plus ting? Do you like teasing me?" Elder Dan suddenly heaved a light sigh and said, "You have 3 years. In these 3 years, you have to refine a low-grade earth level Dan for me. Then we will have an alchemy contest, and as long as you won, I will accept my defeat." Her sigh was full of complex emotions, which Qin Xiang found difficult to understand. He came to realize that Elder Dan must have encountered something. Why? Qin Xiang, pondering for a moment, asked. The current Elder Dan gave off the impression that she could not wait to marry him. But he used to think that Elder Dan was just speaking dismissively. How could she possibly become his just after getting defeated? He was skeptical about it and treated it as a nonsense. "I am preparing for my 8th tribulation. Therefore, if you want to see my face, this is your last chance." Elder Dan's voice was filled with helplessness. Qin Xiang immediately felt a twinge of pain upon hearing. He felt a bit sad and very dejected as well. You can choose to not cross the tribulation, can't you? Haven't many people done the same? Said Qin Xiang, mysterious and cold as Elder Dan was always. Qin Xiang felt that he could get along with her. He regarded her as a good friend. Furthermore, both were alchemists, so Qin Xiang could not bear to part with her. "No, I don't want to act timid in my life, ever. You know, if I shrank once, I will shrink twice. Then, I won't have the guts to face the Nirvana tribulation ever again. That's why many Nirvana realm martial artists die of old age. My strength has arrived at a bottleneck. I have already done all level of preparations," Elder Dan replied in a stern voice. "Refining a low-grade earth level Dan in 3 years. At present, Chen Xiang's divine sense and flame had already reached the threshold. What left was finding the herbs, which was rather difficult. If Elder Dan failed to cross her tribulation, it would be impossible for Chen Xiang to see what Elder Dan looked like. My master can. I'll go to him. However, even if I knew what I will be facing in the Nirvana tribulation, a certain level of danger is still there. It's impossible to have a complete assurance. Therefore, I am giving you 3 years for you to prove that you can be as good as me. Elder Dan said in a serious manner. Chun Xiang felt depressed. Even if I can have you, so what? You still have to cross your tribulation, don't you? Furthermore, I don't want to marry you. Haven't I said that Xian has to agree first? I just want to take a look at your face. After 3 years, Qin Xiang would be in his 30s. If he could refine Earth-level dawn by then, that would make him the topmost genius of the world. Elder Dan thought that if she could find a man with such a talent as a support, it wasn't unwise at all. And as she herself was an alchemist, the two would get along far better. Anyway, you have to treat this contest seriously. It may be my last alchemy contest. Furthermore, I haven't had a man until now. I want to let a man worthy of me to look at my face before I die, said Elder Dan. Chun Xiang heaved a long sigh. Sigh, if I came to like you, wouldn't it make me sad if you want to cross the tribulation? But it's also possible for me to successfully cross the tribulation, said Elder Dan. In order to ease up the atmosphere, Qin Xiang deliberately laughed and said, It seems that I can only give it a try. As long as you become mine, you will be at my mercy. Hey, I always wanted to strip you clean, Elder Dan, noticing Qin Xiang's perverted gaze focused on her chest, tenderly snorted. I will see you again after 3 years. As suddenly as Elder Dan came, she left as quickly as well. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh, shaking his head. He knew that he had slept for a long while already. At this time, rubbing his hands, he said as his lips rose into a perverted smile, Beautiful sisters, are you ready? Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, in order to encourage Qin Xiang into getting the fruit of fortune, promised Qin Xiang that they will kiss him if he could get the fruit of fortune. It was one thing to say at that time, but acting on it was another. Now, it was the time to follow up on it. They were feeling a bit reluctant. Although they could break their promise, they didn't want to cheat Qin Xiang. Not to mention, it was not the first time for Su Meiyao already. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu came out of the ring. They were wearing the very same beautiful dresses bought by Qin Xiang. Su Meiyao was wearing an elegant bluish-purple one-piece that was decorated with embroidery. When that kind of beautiful dress was worn by such a charming and seductive woman, it added much to her elegance and charm, giving her a graceful bearing. Bai Yuyu, on the other hand, was wearing a pure white one-piece, which boosted her elegance and charm even more so. She was completely surrounded by blee and dignified air, and those ice-cold pupils of hers were staring at Qin Xiang with an inexplicable tenderness. As soon as Qin Xiang thought of kissing this elegant and cold beauty, Qin Xiang's blood started boiling, filling him up with excitement and antic. Asian. Who do you want first? Su Meiyao, seeing Qin Xiang staring at them with a dishonest gaze, spat down on the ground. Qin Xiang very much wanted to say, Both of you, come together. Imagining kissing the two peerless fairies at the same time, an evil fire rose in Qin Xiang's lower abdomen. Qin Xiang wanted to try kissing the two beauty at the same time. However, he dared not propose it. After all, if angered them into leaving him, he would lose lot more than he could gain. Qin Xiang wanted to try kissing the two beauty at the same time. However, he dared not propose it. After all, if angered them into leaving him, he would lose lot more than he could gain. And who to kiss first was also a problem. Qin Xiang, gazing at their stunning faces, wondered in his mind who to kiss first. Hurry up! Su Meiyao urged Qin Xiang. She could not stand his fervent gaze. Is there a difference as to who I kissed? Qin Xiang, gazing at Su Meiyao, broke into mischievous laughter as he said, "Sister Meiyao, we have kissed once already. As such you have some experience in it. Let's demonstrate before Sister Yi once, so that she won't be so nervous." Hearing this, a tint of red immediately appeared on Bai Yu's face as she rolled her eyes at Qin Xiang. "Watching you and that master and apprentice duo kissing so many times, I and senior sister have already grown numb," Su Meiyao said, giggling. She was quite open about this. She was rather familiar with Qin Xiang. Furthermore, she also liked Chen Xiang a bit. Seeing Chen Xiang getting closer, Su Meiyao's heart also started racing. A tint of red appeared on her face, adding much to her charm. She slowly closed her pretty eyes, only to feel Qin Xiang's arm getting around her waist. Qin Xiang said with a chuckle, "Sister Meiyao, it's been a long while." He took a long whiff out of the sweet fragrance, wafting off Su Meiyao's body as he pressed his lips against hers and pried open her lips with his tongue. Su Meiyao also went along with Qin Xiang, allowing her tongue to entwine around Qin Xiang's. Immediately a bizarre numbing sensation coursed through her entire body, giving rise to an inexplicable euphoria. She could not help but tightly hug Qin Xiang, pressing her tender body against Qin Xiang's robust body tightly. She could not wait to become one with Qin Xiang. Watching Su Meiyao getting aroused, the nearby Bai Yu also found it unbelievable. However, imagining herself acting like the same with Qin Xiang, she felt very tensed and afraid, but there was a bit of antic. P-ation as well. She felt extremely conflicted. Her heart was gripped with complex emotions. A stunner like Su Meiyao had evoked the most primitive desire of Qin Xiang's. However, he also knew that he couldn't go too far, for Su Meiyao was a peerless expert. She was aloof. Qin Xiang could not cross the line. Otherwise, there would be awkwardness between them in the future. At present, he found it quite sufficient already. Although they were just kissing, he felt incomparably satisfied. What made him unusually excited was the fact that Bai Yu was watching them. The tightly embracing Qin Xiang and Su Meiyao were totally engrossed in the wonderful pleasure of kissing. Having tasted the sweetness last time, she had always hoping to try it again. However, it was rather difficult to voice out her opinion. And later, when she saw Chen Xiangpa silently kissing Xue Xianxian often, she felt jealous. The two finally parted. Gee, Odie knows after how long. Qin Xiang, watching Su Meiyao with deep love, this ravis. Plussing beauty, he felt inexplicably satisfied. A drunk look filled Su Meiyao's eyes, glittering with complex emotions. She licked her lips as she tenderly snorted. "Little rascal, just now you couldn't wait to eat this elder sister completely. So dangerous." Qin Xiang pursed his lips into a mischievous smile as he touched Su Meiyao's face. "Sister Meiyao, it felt good, right?" Su Meiyao smacked Qin Xiang's arm away immediately as she let out a harumph before returning back to the ring. Bai Yu, on the other hand, was standing in a daze. At this moment, she felt like a deer, tensed and panic-stricken. After all, it was the first time for her to do such intimate things with a man. Because of this, the iceberg temperament of her had disappeared suddenly. Although her face still bore the ice-cold look in Qin Xiang's eyes, she was a naive and inexperienced girl. Qin Xiang started walking towards Bai Yu. In fact, he was more nervous than Bai Yu, a bit terrified too. He was afraid that Bai Yu would suddenly return, leaving his lips to kiss the empty air only, which he would regret his entire life. "Sister Yu, if you don't want to do it with me, I won't force you. And don't worry, I will never blame you," Qin Xiang said as gently as possible. His eyes, filled with deep love, were staring at Bai Yu. Bai Yu pursed her lips ever so lightly. Of course, she knew what was going on in Qin Xiang's mind. Although he was saying this, it was quite evident that he wanted to kiss her very much. "Sister Yu, you are a saintess in my eyes." Qin Xiang had yet to finish a sentence before Bai Yu raised her head. Those ice-cold eyes of her had already melted away. As she looked at Qin Xiang, all that left in her eyes were tender feelings. Much to Qin Xiang's surprise, she took the initiative and stood on her toes before pressing her lips against his, and then wrapping her arms around Qin Xiang's robust body ever so tightly. In that very moment, Qin Xiang's mind went completely blank. The same was true for Bai Yuyu. However, Qin Xiang pushed his tongue out unconsciously, leading along that inexperienced tongue of Bai Yuyu, teasing her so that she won't be so rough and shy. It may have been the first time for Bai Yuyu to kiss a man. She had done sufficient preparations already. She knew what to do. At this point, she also actively took part in it. She let her soft and fragrant tongue entwine with Qin Xiang's. The two hugged each tightly, kissing each other unwittingly. The two wanted to melt the other and then fuse into one. Qin Xiang was sucking Bai Yuyu's tongue quite vigorously. Although what Bai Yuyu cultivated was freezing cold true qi, her tender tongue was unusually warm. Qin Xiang liked it very much. Because of this, the pleasure was greatly amplified, giving him a rush of extreme euphoria. Only Bai Yu came to know why every time Su Meiyao and Qin Xiang's kissed, her face would be flushed completely red. She also came to realize as to why every time Xue Xianxian and Lu Menjie kissed Qin Xiang, they looked so intoxicated. It was all because of that kind of indescribably marvelous feeling which made her sunk into depravity. Qin Xiang and Bai Yuyu kissed for a long time because Qin Xiang knew that it would be very difficult for him to kiss her again. He very much wanted to keep hugging this beauty until sea ran dry and rocks crumbled. Unknowingly, the two separated from each other on their own. On that beautiful face of hers, which always bore an icy look, a warm and intoxicated flush had emerged. It was very charming. This was also the first time Qin Xiang had seen such a look on her. Bai Yuyu, hanging her head slightly, said gently, "Qin Xiang, thank you very much for letting me experience this kind of happiness." Having said that, she transformed into a streak of light as she entered the ring. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of lament in his heart. At this moment, he felt as if he had lost his entire world. "Humph, the harder it is to get, the more you want it. Little rascal, you are pretty lewd." Su Meiyao tenderly snorted. She could clearly see the kind of feelings that Qin Xiang had for Bai Yuyu. Of course, knowing what a philanderer Qin Xiang was, Su Meiyao knew Qin Xiang had desires for her as well. Just a moment ago, when they were closely hugging each other, she could feel the thing growing madly on top of her abdomen as he got aroused. Recalling this point, Su Meiao's face once again flushed red because that thing was pressed against her for a very long time. At this point, Qin Xiang was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze, savoring the taste of kissing the two Ravis. Plussing beauties. When he was kissing Su Meiyao, he was burning with an evil desire to conquer her. However, when he kissed Bai Yuyu, he didn't have any kind of such thoughts. He had no idea what Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had experienced, but he knew that they had extremely powerful enemies. More importantly, they had currently lost their strength. In order to guard the two Deses, he had to become stronger. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had witnessed Qin Xiang's growth, step by step. Since his youth, the pains and labors he had suffered didn't go unnoticed to them. Their heart ached when they saw Qin Xiang go through all sorts of hards.h.i. plus PS just to speed up his growth. And the main reason behind all this was them, all in order to fulfill the contract he had signed with them at the Immortal and Devil Cliff. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had witnessed Qin Xiang's growth, step by step. Since his youth, the pains and labors he had suffered didn't go unnoticed to them. Their heart ached when they saw Qin Xiang go through all sorts of hards.h.i. plus PS just to speed up his growth. And the main reason behind all this was them, all in order to fulfill the contract he had signed with them at the Immortal and Devil Cliff. However, Qin Xiang had never complained or anything, which moved them very much. Over time, they came to have peculiar feelings for Qin Xiang and even they could hardly describe it clearly. After having rested for 2 days, he sought Yin Xiaodao and the others to have a meal together before leaving the extreme martial province. At present, he still had one last reward he had yet to obtain, and that was the very herb garden which Wu Songhong had told him about. He didn't want to go alone at all, so he went to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire to look for Lu Menger. Having arrived at the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, Qin Xiang didn't find Lu Menger. An elder told him that Lu Menger had gone to the Icewind Valley, where she would be staying for some time. Apparently, there was a secret place there where she was helping Leng Yulan and Xue Xianxian in cultivation. In the beginning, Qin Xiang came for Leng Yulan because Leng Yulan had always wanted to take an adventure trip with him. He was also planning to take Xue Xianxian. With their strength, it would not have been a problem to look for the herb garden in the king's mainland. Regretfully, he could not find anyone. Having left the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, Qin Xiang came to Fragrant City in the Taoyuan province. He came here to look for the seductive Hua Xiangyue. When Hua Xiangyue came to know Qin Xiang came looking for her, she arrived immediately. For what do I owe the pleasure? How about I take you to the Danxiang Taoyuan? You can directly come to me there in the future. Hua Xiangyue was wearing a simple dress, a set of black tights, and a ponytail for her hairstyle. Be that as it may, it could not cover that charming and captivating figure of hers. For now, let's not. Rather, I want you to come with me, said Qin Xiang. To ensure safety, he was planning on taking Hua Xiangyue with him. Hua Xiangyue was an alchemist and the head of Danxiang Taoyuan. The Taik, an S of various mainlands would give a face to her. Most importantly, she was extremely strong as well. Now, Qin Xiang was ordering Hua Xiangyue as if she was his maid. You finally came to realize how good I am, Hua Xiangyue said, laughing charmingly, after the revelation of her ident. One, Tai the Taik. An S of all mainlands treated her with great respect, as if they were afraid to offend her. This gave her a superiority complex, especially in front of Qin Xiang, this little man. All the more reason for Qin Xiang to wonder as to why a woman of her stature would be willing to be his maid. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with her head. More importantly, she was the empress in the alchemist's community. If it was some mediocre woman throwing herself into his arm, it would be rather normal. At present, there were many Taik. An S who were willing to offer their daughter's hand in marriage to Qin Xiang. Some famous beauties of other mainlands even came to extreme martial sect after having come to know Qin Xiang's deeds, to get closer to him, and Qin Xiang was pretty well aware of their aim. All they wanted to get was his Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, as well as to climb up the ladder using a young alchemist like him, allowing them to enjoy various precious dawn. On the other hand, Hua Xiangyue had been trying to get closer to him since the time when he was just a nameless figure. If my guess is right, you first went to your sister Menger, and when you couldn't find her, only then you came looking for me. Hua Xiangyue rebuked, pretending to be angry. Pinching Qin Xiang, she continued, "Little rascal, hurry up and tell me, where are you taking this elder sister? My hands are full, you know." Qin Xiang cried in pain as he grabbed those slender hands of Hua Xiangyue. "I want to go to the king's mainland to look for a herb garden. That herb garden is quite far away from the king's capital. More importantly, the route is a bit dangerous as well. If I want, I can ask my 2 martial nephews to accompany me, but elder sister, you are more important to me. So I came to you." If Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin came to know this, Qin Xiang would definitely be swore at for paying more attention to a lover over friends. Qin Xiang felt that taking a long trip with Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming would be too boring. However, if a beauty was accompanying him, especially a captivating beauty like Hua Xiangyue, it would be a different matter altogether. He could also take liberties with her while at it. How could Hua Xiangyue, after having lived for such a long while, not see what was going on in Qin Xiang's mind? However, She was still very happy to accompany Qinxiang. Wait a bit for me, let me dress up. Having dropped the sentence, Hua Xiangyue left hurriedly. Only after waiting for an hour did Qinxiang saw Hua Xiangyue with a mask over her face. Half of her captivating face was veiled by the mask. Even her voluptuous bosom was flattened quite a bit. She must have tied a cloth over them tightly. Hua Xiangyue, holding a sword of very poor quality, nudged Qinxiang in his abdomen and said with a charming smile, "If we encounter any danger, just stay and watch from the sidelines. Let this lady do everything." Qinxiang, aiming at her chest, said with a perverted laugh, "Your rabbits are tied up too tightly and wrongfully. Quickly let them out and let me sage them. What if they are ruined?" Hua Xiangyue knocked on Qinxiang's head with her scabbard. She wasn't angry at all. She countered with a charming laugh. "You, little rascal, are perverted to the core. Believe it or not, I will tell your sister Menger. What am I afraid of? I have saged hers. Xianxian's had also been saged by me. Both of them enjoyed it very much." Qinxiang said, laughing mischievously. Nothing of that sort had happened with Lu Menger. He was just lying to Hua Xiangyue. He wanted to see her response. Humph. Hua Xiangyue harumphed in jealousy. She hadn't thought that Qinxiang and Lu Menger's relations. H.I.+P had arrived at this step. Hua Xiangyue threw a mask at Qinxiang. The mask was just enough to cover half of the face. Qinxiang had often seen many people wearing them. With this, they could avoid some unnecessary troubles. "How did you come to know about that herb garden?" asked Hua Xiangyue as she pulled Qinxiang and took a leap. They flew out of the window at a breakneck speed, before landing next to a teleportation array. The current Qinxiang could bear that kind of speed already. "Don't ask any more, let's just go," said Qinxiang. He had been exhorted by that middle-aged man of King's Palace to keep the matters of King's Palace secret. Activating the transmission array, Qinxiang and Hua Xiangyue arrived at the king's capital. Hua Xiangyue right away brought Qinxiang to her place of residence. "Xiangyue, is this yours?" Qinxiang, sitting on the topmost floor of a 4-storied building, asked. A unique fragrance belonging to Hua Xiangyue was lingering in the air. It was quite evident that Hua Xiangyue came here often. Hua Xiangyue, pouring a cup of tea to Qinxiang, said, "I came to the king's mainland a long time ago. Quickly tell me the position of that herb garden so that I can determine the route." Qinxiang had no idea about the king's mainland, whereas Hua Xiangyue had traveled to many mainlands to look for the herbs. Naturally, the king's mainland had not been spared by her. Therefore, she had quite a bit understanding of king's mainland. This is also why Qinxiang didn't look for Gu Dongqin and the others and came to her. Qinxiang took out a sheet of paper and drew a simple map out of his memories. It only had some lines. Seeing Qinxiang's map, Hua Xiangyue frowned and said, "That place sure is extremely dangerous. If you have gone alone, coming out of alive would have been difficult for you."